Well, hello everybody. It is I, the great and powerful flesh priest, with my sidekick DH Thorne, from the alternate dimension of the the third eye side eye.
You're doing a throwback to the last time I was on, aren't you?
I think I am. Yeah. Except, you know what I should do? I should switch which side we're on and really screw people up, because I'm usually on the left
Oh
these
God.
days.
Oh God, please don't do that. It'll ruin everything.
Yeah, our plans for world domination will be squished by the simple switching of the polarities. We're gonna switch the polarities and fuck it all up.
Now it's the Pleiades you got to worry about. I feel like
it's funny you bring up the Pleiades.
Yeah, I was about to say, I feel like that's probably going to be part of the conversation tonight.
It'll absolutely be a topic anyway, if not the Pleiades, the recurrence of seven wise men. And so, okay, here we go. Every Thursday night, my lighting
Got ghosts.
I don't know what it is. It's some kind of screwy unknown error occurred, and it's not going to stop. I think I have to like reboot everything. Hopefully it doesn't like wake up my bird's room, because I have her set up with a special light.
Eddie's asking where my hair is. I am beyond the stage of hair. I'm in my smooth aerodynamic phase. I left my tank tops behind. I'm just getting slick.
You're kind of doing a cross between Neo from the Matrix and 12 Monkeys, but with a little bit of extra twink power. And so, all right, everybody. Hello, welcome. All the
that
bugs
is a compliment.
All the bugs, yes, it is. I enjoy my army of twinks. I am not interested in those twinks, but just like, you know, the pimp who doesn't necessarily have sex with all of his little whores, but, you know, offers them out and protects them and buys them stuff. I like having an army of twinks and various. I'm just kidding, guys. I mean, I'm not kidding. I do like it. It's not really a thing I focus on. It just happens that way.
I like being his whore.
Yep, that's right, baby.
I was hoping
I have my money.
I was hoping that would be better. I was timing it as you took the drink.
I'm always careful when I drink around people to never drink in a way that cannot be aborted without you know, I'm not saying it never happens. It kind of never happens. So I'm pretty cautious. Last time I think I actually had a real spew was probably like 30 years ago, like a really good, and that almost never happens anymore. But I'm not saying it won't. In fact, next time you come here, your mission is to try to get me to...
I could have swore I made you spit water at one point while I was over there.
Did.
Or it was one of those like mist things or something, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to play it off like I'm stoic, when in reality I laugh my ass off. You know, like what's that meme for like what was it I saw like Instagram, and there's some truth to it, like how certain cultures react when they laugh. Mm-hmm. So like, you know, like my black friends, like it's true, there's like this sudden like hugging, touching, everything gets slapped, like there's like it makes it more fun, like you laugh harder. And I've noticed with like different groups there is a different tendency. It's really weird. Like I guess I just pick up on stuff like this. It's pretty cute. Like I like it. So yeah, it's cool. Well, anyway, what's up, everybody? Oh yeah, go ahead, Fleshy. You haven't been here in a while. You talk.
Oh,
shut up.
Oh well, you know what? I'll say it's kind of weird being on tonight, because like I'm interested in talking about this with you, because I feel like we might be coming from, I don't know, I'm kind of interested to see where our opinions intersect, but I feel a little unworthy because I used to basically co-host this bitch with you. And now I feel more like a guest, but like everybody else had to do fucking magic and like earn their way by being part of the community and everything to be on here. I'm just some schmuck with a cool friend. Like, what the fuck have I done?
Oh, don't do that, man. That's like, oh, don't do that. Like, no, you belong on here too.
I do. That didn't come out the way I meant it, maybe.
Yeah, I think there was a little. I mean, you know, I know it's like a thing.
I'm a millennial. I have to be self-depreciating or something.
I was just gonna say that. Like, that's a total millennial thing to be self-deprecating. It really is. Not that Gen X doesn't do it, but our version of it is nobody listens to us, we don't matter. Your version is, I don't want to offend you at any cost. I don't know if it's the Japanese anime influence for you guys, because we had that too, but you guys really picked up on the politeness thing, whereas the rest of us were like more into the swords and the, you know, we're the gaijin barbarian motherfuckers. And
You were raised on fucking not Naruto, but you were raised on all the cool shit, and we got the slice of life drama. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, no, but I guess it is. I didn't think of it that way, but I mean, you got raised with the same stuff. You had your Family Guys and your, and you know,
Yeah,
like
Family Guy is probably my favorite anime.
now, let me put it to you like this. I was having a conversation, I think it was with my mom recently. We were talking about the differences between things, and I said I remember when The Simpsons first came out, and that was considered too racy for television. Like The Simpsons, which is one of the most wholesome television shows of all time right now. Like when you watch the old school first like 5 seasons, 7 seasons of Simpsons, there's not a whiff of anything that is like, you know, rebellious or you know, uncouth, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But at that time, every, like, especially all those pearl clutchers were just like, you know, this Bart character is too much and all this other stuff. So
It's kind of funny too, is like oh, that's a bad influence upon our kids. Have you ever gone back and watched old movies? Like what was it? I watched that movie, I think it's called Seven Wives for Seven Brothers or something like that. Like, oh my God.
yeah.
Holy shit, you want to talk about bad influences. People thought this was wholesome.
There was definitely a, you know, how do I put this? You go back and you watch old timey-wimey stuff when, you know, what you know me, I'm anti-woke, but I'm not saying that it's like Thanos. It's like, you're wrong, but I understand. You know what I mean? Like, like I'm not saying like, you know, but I am saying like, I do understand, especially when you're looking at the old timey stuff where it's like the women are completely second, you know, fiddle to everything. If even, with the exception of, there was in Around the World in 80 Days, there was this scene where it was like total misandry instead, where the woman is just like mocking all men. And it's like, I remember as a kid, like how weird that felt, because that was always acceptable. Like women could do that, but they couldn't like drive the car. You know what I mean? Like they could be passive aggressive, they could be angry, they could mock men, but they weren't allowed to have any kind of real authority in anything. And they were like, every woman needs a man, and all, so it's pretty funny. Like I said, like with Thanos, I'm not saying Thanos was right. I'm saying I understand. And with a similar, you know, I've always felt this way about these things, so it's pretty funny.
Like, I understand what you're saying, but I'd really rather not you be on my yard right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you maybe taking it a little far, but I get what some of what you're saying. I get it. All right. So let's see who's here. We got Kelly Meadows. She says, I'm at work as usual, but we'll listen to this later. Have a great evening, everybody. And Joffrey's here, and Light is here, LVX777. Yepson is here, the purple wrench Yepson. It's been a few minutes since he's been here. Andrew Colts is here. Eddie Romanov is here several times. He had a lot to say. He said he heard that Fleshy was going to be here, so he came, which I guess that's a natural reaction for some people. Kat Vargas is here. She says, hello, everyone. Jay Baldelio or something or other. I can't pronounce your name, but I recognize your name. Says, hail and friends, stoked to be back in the live stream just in time for Fleshy guest spot. Thank you. He appreciates that a lot. Jen Vatsa is here to say hello to all the nerds. What's up, Jen Vatsa? And Jay Sauber dropped the $4.99 right off the bat. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you, Jay.
All right. So I'm gonna, you know, as we build up to the main topics, how much research did you do? How prepared are you for this? Because I didn't do any.
Oh,
so I figured
oh man, this is.
Oh, there goes the lighting again.
I think it's a feature.
I think it's the, you know what it is? I think it has to do with the voltage or the temperature or something. So let me change the color.
I will tell you how much research I did, because everybody knows what our topic's going to be. You saw the thumbnail. Now, I've researched some pretty mind-numbing stuff. This was one of the most difficult to try to research. So, like, I have what I'd call a passing familiarity. I tried finding a lot, and everything quickly devolves into,
Earth, weird shit.
We'll get into it, but it's I wanted this to be fun, and it was frustrating.
Oh my God, this light. All right, look.
Hold on, I'll join you. Hold up.
Well, he might be doing it. All right, I just turned it off and it stayed on. So this thing's bugged as shit. All right. I'm going to leave it off for a few minutes. I'm going to be dark for a little while, guys. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to be a little on the dark side.
Oh no, my lighting is doing it too.
It's boopy. Let me adjust the kitchen light instead. And let me, you know, my old school way was better. I had my cool little light in front of me that was like beaming into my face and gave me this cool underlit look that I can't do now. So let me adjust the kitchen and turn this to a color mode that's better.
Gotta love technical difficulties.
This is worse. This is just obnoxious. This is just, you suck.
Yeah, so I am kind of curious for the people in here. Are there any Hollow Moon subscribers? While we're at it, are there any Hollow Earth subscribers?
Agartha, Lemuria.
Lemuria, I can never remember that name. Agartha I remember, but that's because of Secret World.
Yes, Secret World, of course, being one of the most badass things ever. The 5e edition is coming soon of that, hopefully this year. So
I might have to break my no tabletop thing for that.
I may have to, like, I'm starting up something with some people right now that I don't know if I have it in me. I really do hope I do. I created like this cool concept where you can basically play as, it's almost like the White Wolf, when White Wolf did their game where you could play as like, I forget what they were. I guess they were ghosts or something, but you could, like, you know, like you were non-corporeal basically.
I know what you're talking about. I completely forgot what it was called.
So I made like a really cheesy 5e conversion where you can play as demons that can possess people, and your body, you know, your character's body is a host. So if it dies, you don't die. You can just, you know, I incorporated a little bit of that movie Fallen into it, where you have a certain amount of time to like repossess somebody, and if you don't, you get like banished back to the abyss, and you can't come back for a period of time, and you lose a level. So it's like, you know, it sort of counts as death.
You're almost trying to make like gothy non-dualism the game.
I mean, I could. That would be kind of like, it wouldn't sell very well, I guess. I'd probably sell well at like the Yoga Pants New Age shop, but it would probably not sell very well with everybody else. Atropa's here. What is up, Atropa? And we have Jen Vatsa again saying Lemuria and Atlantis are interesting. I don't know about Hollow stuff. So we're gonna just sort of orbit around this because, you know, one of my favorite YouTube channels called The Y Files was really good. I sent you the link for that. What I like about him is he does sort of, how do I put this? He is a believer skeptic. He's sort of like me, where it's like, it's not that he is dogmatically disbelieving in things. It is rather, you are optimistic in that you do believe that some of this stuff probably is true. And because we all know that governments and institutions and academia and the powers that be all lie, even when it might even serve them better to tell the truth. So on some level, there could be lies.
Well,
on other levels, it's some of that shit's just like nuts. So yes,
well, I'm going to take what you're saying and come at it from a different angle, because I'm going to say that you can have a bad dogma even within science and everything, where you can, if you are so, well, this is the leading theory, so everything else is wrong. No, that's not what proper science is.
Nope.
Like, that holds everybody back. That holds all knowledge back. So there is a certain level of open-mindedness you always need to have while still being incredibly critical of everything that you consume.
So I think of it like this, okay? You have limited resources. You can't follow every, you know, hornswoggly, weird kind of fringy idea in the world. You've got to focus your energy on that which will yield dividends, especially when the nature of science as an academic field is funded by people who want tangible results that can be used for making money or whatever, you know, power or whatever. So if you've got a fringy theory about Atlantis, this doesn't generate money. It doesn't generate attention in the way that you'd like. It is to them a waste of resources, especially since, you know, science is being pushed towards becoming a kind of secular religion in the West in particular. The powers that be don't want you to have, you know, free thought. They want you to copy. They want you to copy paste what other people tell you, especially those in authority. You can go back to Manly P. Hall lectures, and he's pointing this out in like the 40s and 50s. That, and this is a major concern, is that institutions are more interested in making robots that will basically parrot everything that they're told as just to become part of the machine. And even Carl Sagan used to talk badly about this. He called such people ditto heads. And usually in his era, they were talking about the conservatives, the pearl-clutching Christian types, but it wasn't limited to just them. It was even in academia.
Oh, everybody can be an idiot.
Everybody can be an idiot. It's not limited to any, but anytime that your identity is based on intellectual beliefs, facts, knowledge, etc., you can get into a dogmatic pattern whereby you are stuck so that you won't even consider, even in passing, weird fringy ideas. And this is a deep mistake, at least on a cultural level. Obviously, like you said, the people who are really doing the deep science, there's probably plenty of open-minded people there. But when it gets to us plebes, it is believe only the IFL science websites, believe only this stuff, do not question, do not wonder, do not put forth even fanciful ideas other than just as fantasy. Don't take them seriously at all. The science is settled on everything, and don't you dare question. And that's becoming more and more the tone, to the point where I've had scientifically minded friends who work in various STEM fields, and if you criticize establishment academia, they take personal offense to that. Like it triggers them. They don't like that you wonder or that you question. And it really stinks that, you know, things get politicized and what's the other word I'm looking for? Tribalized so hardcore, where, you know, you do end up with these extremes. You get these extremes of rational skepticism, which will not even remotely entertain anything that is remotely outside the mainstream of what is acceptable in scientific discourse, to the point where they won't even entertain concepts like string theory even. I mean, there was a time Einstein was not, you know, considered much of anything. It was, his ideas were once, so we have this word pseudoscience, which until it is proven, most, I'm not going to say theory, because theory is usually a developed, you know, idea. We're going to say a hypothesis or a conjecture, where the hypothesis and conjectures that are put forth by people, until they're proven, they are in the vein of pseudoscience. So in other words, at one point in time, things that Einstein were saying would have been called pseudoscience, not science, no matter how reasonable it sounded. And we have to remember that what stuff Einstein was saying really flew in the face of like Newtonian physics and everything that was believed at the time. It wasn't until it was proven with gravitational lensing of the sun, with the light of, I think it was Venus, until that event, people didn't take Einstein seriously at all. So there's a lot more. So this is what I think. I think that once upon a time, our intellectual people were interested in finding out. But along the way, things became tribalized, politicized, dogmatized, and now people think they know, and so they're no longer searching. And part of the problem is that science deals with the observable universe as we understand it. It cannot investigate the invisible world that lies behind things. So in other words, You've probably heard that things like psychology are sort of a gray kind of science. They're barely a science at all. And some people would even say they're pseudoscience quackery, to a large degree, anything to do with psychology. Whereas other people have a different mindset on it, but you get my point. So the physical sciences, as we would call them, so you have, you know, including mathematics, I suppose, because math is part of the sciences. These things are dealing with tangible or things that you could otherwise test and prove or disprove. And that is what science is supposed to do. That's cut and dry. There's no debate here. There's no argument against it or for it. The problem is that science is now starting to, or has for some time, starting to make assertions about the invisible world as well, in that it doesn't exist at all. In other words, it calls into question consciousness even, because they can't explain it. So what Carl Sagan said, described as the God of the gaps, meaning when we don't have an explanation for something, we tend to imagine gods and dragons and weird shit to explain it. In science, there's the opposite is true. In the gaps, there is, it's not real, or we have, you know, it doesn't exist, or it's unexplained, but that's because we're thinking in the wrong way or something. So consciousness being a good example, the hard question of consciousness is a major problem, because consciousness was actually well understood by the ancients, in that the entire field of metaphysics, Plato, you know, Plotinus, Shankara, and going further back, Hermes Trismegistus, and all these things, all of these people, or, you know, pseudonyms or whatever, all of these different thinkers, and there's many more than that, had really good metaphysical, rational understandings of we'll say the noumenal, which means sort of unseeable, the invisible. And they are rational, they still apply. And the modern assumption is that those things are meant to apply to our material world somehow. And in a sense they do, but not in the direct sense that science tests for. So, you know, in the mind of the older mystics and metaphysicians of antiquity, the understanding was that the material world as we understand it is analogous to, but not the same as, a shadow. Like, don't take the analogy too far, but it's analogous to a shadow in that it is a privation, it is a deprivation, it requires ignorance to exist. And I'll give you a really obvious and quick example. Look at your hand. Your hand, you only see the thinnest two-dimensional surface of your hand. You don't see the back of it at the same time as the front. There's always a part of it you can't see, and we're not even talking about the inside or the microscopic or microcosmic part of it. All you see is this superficial part that you call your hand. Your hand, this is not your hand. This is the very surface of it, and you're not even seeing that. You're seeing light's effect on your optical system and your brain's reaction to that. So your consciousness watching the reaction of your brain, okay? You're not, your hand, whatever it is, doesn't look like that. It doesn't look like anything. Your hand, what you see is part of your imagined daydream based on what consciousness is encountering in this thing we call a brain. Now, science is not ready for this stuff, because that doesn't, you can't create a better internet based on that. You can't create, I mean, maybe you could, but it's not like a direct thing. You can't go from what I just said to a more efficient engine or something, okay? All it does is just change your perspective of the question. It doesn't actually answer much by itself. It can lead to deeper answers, but by itself, that one realization doesn't answer the question of how does this even happen? So science is the study of what is material or physical or phenomenological. It is not the study of mental or spiritual or invisible or higher or any of that stuff. It's the study of from us down in terms of consciousness, not us up. And this is this is a difficulty. And so it means that fringy stuff gets excluded. But we're not talking about consciousness or magic in this stream specifically. This stream, we're going to be talking about some of the other shit. And I will tell you that there are some things that are pushed really hard by academia, which there's plenty of experts in the fields that think that it's crazy that they're pushing these things and holding on to them. For example, the idea that human beings evolved from apes that grew on the plains of Africa, the Serengeti. It turns out that almost everything we thought was wrong in some direction or degree, to the point where when we thought that these were apes living on the savanna of Africa that had turned to humans, this actually doesn't make sense, because everything that we thought about that, meaning we thought they were living in grasslands and that's why they stood up, was so they could see over the grass and all this other shit. Turns out they weren't living in grassland. They were living in jungles when this happened. So they were living in the deep forest when this happened, not in the jungles. And there are several different things that have been totally refuted by the evidence, to the point where some of the most important people that developed these things came back and said, we got to rethink this whole thing. It's all wrong. And guess what the institutions did? They said, no, we're going to stick with this because this is settled science. But it's not. You see, so the academics, they've got something to lose as much as they have to gain. I don't mean the scientists themselves. The scientists themselves are probably really trying. But academia, the bureaucracy, the institution, the museums, the governments that fund these things, the corporations, they've got a vested interest in science being settled, not being a forever, shifting goalpost. They don't like that, because you can't make as much money on a shifting goalpost as you can an authoritative, settled thing. Because when it's settled, you get to say, I am in charge now because I have better facts than you. But if those facts change,
I have the answers. You must come to me.
Right. Exactly.
I
see. Thank you, honey.
Yeah. Jeff524 says, love you guys. Awesome live stream. Appreciate you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. So my thing is this, okay? Everything we're about to talk about or not talk about or touch on tonight, I encourage you guys to go explore yourself. I want you to look at both sides of it, but I want you to avoid the really, everyone here should practice a little bit more skepticism. But part of that skepticism is playing skeptic not just to the fringe, but to academia as well. A genuine, honest, rational skeptic is not closed-minded or dogmatic. They are willing to look at both the fringe and the accepted answer and question both, because that's the only way you can know. If you don't question it, if you just say, well, why would MIT lie to me? Well, they got pretty damn good reason to lie to you. I got to let you know. There's plenty of reasons why colleges and institutions and all these things would lie to you. They may not even mean to lie to you, but it's in their interest not to be totally honest, I guess is what I'm getting at. It's in their interest to present the facade of being the authority, but not actually knowing anything, right? To really just be a bureaucracy. And this is what Socrates had to deal with in his day and age with the sophists, and sophistry has more or less reemerged, and it's become our body politic, our body academia. Sophistry has taken over again. It's really kind of gross, because it's a lot of our discourse in public and in media and everywhere is different levels of sophistry. And it's really gross and it's really ugly. And people who are sensitive to sophistry, it's uncomfortable when you see it, and there's plenty of it. But I enough of my commentary on the establishment. Let's start talking about some of the fun. So
some of the fun Hollow Moon shit.
Hollow Moon. And hopefully I'll remember all the little deets, because I watched the video a few days ago and I've already promptly hit the reset button. So let's see if I remember it.
So here's kind of what I want to start off with, because all of the, I love a good wooey woo, using this term loosely, conspiracy theory and everything. I eat this shit up. Why does it matter that the moon is hollow?
What do you mean?
Like, why, out of all the other stuff, Hollow Moon, like, why?
Well, it really depends on your view of deep history of humanity. If you think that the history of human civilization is only somewhere between 4 and 9 to 10,000 years old, that is the mainline academia view, and it is more and more starting to look like someone who stole a whole bunch of cookies out of the cookie jar and has crumbs all over their face and is saying that's not the case. It's, in other words, I'm starting to get the feeling that our entire, as you might have understood from my setup for all this, is a bold-faced attempt to keep people in the dark about something. And I will say this: I don't know. I'm not telling you that, you know, any of this is settled, but these are important conjectures and questions, especially about human history, that we really have to examine again. It's like every 100 years or 50 years or something, some independent institution that is like more democratically run, like run by civilization itself, should question all the established beliefs of the society and the system, and, you know, from politics on down, like everything. Someone should just re-examine it all, you know.
Just no axioms. Just
Right.
every
Like,
single thing.
right. And it's not with the intent of disprove it. Well, maybe it should be, but it's not with the intent of like breaking the system or anything. It's like, you know, when you're creating a computer program,
it's an
you
audit.
occasionally, yes, exactly. Occasionally you audit everything. I'm sure they have something like that, but I would like to see something that isn't the foxes auditing themselves. I'd like to see something that actually could have some teeth do it and will actually be critical. Now, maybe that's what society's doing. Maybe that's what YouTube fringe people are doing. But like you said, while you were trying to research this, you landed on a lot of like flat earth bullshit. That's like, it's just.
I didn't just land on like flat earth bullshit. The reason why this was so fucking hard to research is because nobody nobody actually cares if the moon is hollow or anything like that. This is how every video, like the video Y files you sent me, that was the best out of all of them because there was actually something to chew on there. Every other video I saw was, so the moon is hollow, and this proves werewolves, and this proves that aliens are running everything, and this is why my daughter doesn't speak to me anymore. Like, it's the earth is hollow, therefore listen to everything else I have to say with no fucking evidence other than the earth's not the earth would be cool hollow. The moon's hollow.
So
why does it matter? Don't know.
Let me ask you, which side of YouTube gets shadow banned and which side gets promoted? Those guys don't get shadow banned. In other words, the flat earthery types don't really get hardcore demoted, or, you know, they're sort of held up as a clown. Yes, but they're not censored. But then you have others who are. So you have people, I can't remember her name all of a sudden, but the woman who is, I guess, the originator of the aquatic ape hypothesis.
Okay.
You know, she is like booed out of places, not by the audience, but by the academics themselves. Randall Carlson. These people are shunned by these institutions and even the media to a large degree. The question then is why? If they're harmless, crazy crackpots, why? Why are they being throttled or denied or completely, you know, some of these people, look, nobody, not even a respected scientist, is without their flaws, foibles, mistakes, bad takes, and fringy ideas. Okay, even look at the stuff that oh, I can't think of his name all of a sudden. You know, I said Einstein before, but let's talk more about, you know, a more recent person. Like, I can't think of his name, the guy in the wheelchair. Oh my God, I love
Hawking?
him. Hawking, yeah. Even Hawking had some kooky ideas that ended up being bullshit, but they were given airtime because it was Hawking and everybody respected him. Some of these ideas were crackpot as fuck. Like this idea that time is going to go backwards in the deep future because we're going to go through a big crunch. Turns out that was just a cockamamie nonsense story, but it was taken seriously because it was fucking Hawking. So, you know, in the same vein, this is what I'm talking about. All right, so is the moon hollow? Well, we do know that there's some weird shit going on with the composition of the moon. This is a given. This isn't fringy ideas. This is stuff you can look up. The stratification of the layers of the surface of the moon, for example, are kind of backwards. On Earth, you have newer surface up top, and it's older the deeper you go. Mm-hmm. Interestingly enough, there's something different going on with the moon. It's been long understood that the moon is more pumice-like, especially when you get inside of it. So when they say, is the moon hollow, do they mean that it's like literally like, you know, like a soda can hollow? Well, no, that's not really what was ever meant by it. It was that it is unusually high volume, low mass. Okay. Like for its size, it should have a lot more mass. There is also the fact that when things were crashed into the moon, it rang like a bell, which is unusual. It's not impossible with what we know. It is unusual, though. Now, you have to remember, a lot of these things, we can blame the way science communicators like websites tell us about these things. They'll say, it rang like a bell. And so people, their imaginations, the people who aren't educated, their imaginations say, like a bell, that means it's hollow. And so you get this thing developed.
Rang like a bell, must be a bell.
Must be a bell, exactly. So that is one of the dangers of miscommunication. And one might say disinfo or misinfo. Of course, this idea that we need to police that stuff with censorship is, I don't know who, you know, I don't know hopefully nobody in this audience thinks that's a good idea. I would rather that the most fringiest ideas are widespread so that we can attack them when they're wrong or potentially adopt them when they turn out to be right. I don't want these ideas to be shoved into the dark where they can fester and become cults and weird shit. I want these people to be able to go out in public and speak their minds so that we can all assess it and potentially put them in their place if it's necessary when they get out of hand. When you get a bunch of flat earthers going crazy, telling you that all of this is you know, there's a point where it's like enough is enough, you know.
I think
but you don't want to silence them.
That's one thing that, from my perception, New York has that one street that's famous for like everybody getting up and proselytizing their own fucking dogma up on milk crates and shit. And I love that idea. It's a fun, come to the town square and ridicule some people's silly beliefs. Get up there and share your own silly beliefs and be ridiculed back. Yeah,
I think that's fair. And you know, not everything has to be freaking, you know, bum fights or whatever. Not everything has to be troll fest. Not everything has to be,
but it's fun that way.
It is fun that way, but it doesn't all have to be WWE, okay? It can be, you know, there is room for this stuff I belong to the Terence McKenna school when it comes to these things, okay? If every like 1 out of 1,000 people who hits a mushroom gets some kind of deep mystical understanding from that experience, but everybody else has a hard time with it, obviously this isn't for everybody. But if those people through that process get enlightenment of some sort that helps humanity, then instead of like shunning these people or telling them you can't do that, we need to respect that as an avenue of investigation. And so fringy stuff, I think that it is at our peril to ignore. Even the flat earth stuff. Let me be honest with you. I am totally against flat earth, but I'm only against it because I looked into it. And if it was silenced and censored, I couldn't do that. And if it was silenced and censored, if I did look into it, I might be more inclined to think it might have some validity because in my experience, powers that be only silence things that threaten them. They never do things for your benefit. They only act in their benefit. If they're silencing an idea, it's because it is dangerous to them somehow. And that, I want to know what it's about. Okay? But of course, if you're paying real attention, you know that things like flat Earth and the fake moon landing, those things are promoted by disinformation entities in all areas of our power. That is unquestionable at this point, especially when you correlate it with stories about, I can't remember the guy's name, but there was a guy who famously was being fed fake UFO information by the Air Force to discredit him and the entire UFO research community to cover up what they were doing, whether it was aliens or not. He was fed bullshit that was out, and the one guy who fed it to him is still a major part of the UFO research community, even though everyone knows that he faked it. He says, I faked all this stuff to frame this guy and make him look bad, but now I'm telling you the truth, and now you can trust me. And somehow he
I'm mad that I can't remember that dude's name. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I think he had to do with Dulce.
That sounds
a couple
right.
of things had to do with Dulce, and I can't remember the guy's name. And I can't remember the other guy's name, but there's a big story about it. So we know that they feed bullshit conspiracy theories into our civilization. And you could say it's our government. You could say it's, allegedly our government, allegedly these corporations, allegedly these institutions. But honestly, if you guys trust anything in the system, like to say, without question, I think you got to screw loose. I mean, you're probably not following this channel if you don't do that. So
God, I'm going to call you out. You're on the hollow moon shit. You are totally on the hollow moon shit, because we started talking about hollow moon and now you're going off on all these other things.
Okay, let's stay on the hollow moon.
This is why your daughter doesn't speak to you, isn't it?
That's right. I don't really have one.
That's why.
Maybe it was Paul Benowitz. That sounds right. We just watched an episode about it recently, so I think it was too. It might have been Paul Benowitz.
And one thing I want to, I think it was Atropa was asking about the bell and where have I been? I do want to actually touch on that a little bit more rather than just it rang like a bell. The whole thing was that NASA, when they landed on the Earth, they set up a bunch of seisma things. That I'm a scientist, guys. I write shit down, therefore science. They put a bunch of seismographs on the moon to, study things, and then they intentionally crashed the engine, whatever. They crashed a part of their rocket intentionally into the moon to get a baseline reading, measure the shit, and it rang apparently for hours, consistently. I say rang it. They kept measuring those quakes.
They used the word rang because it's a better headline than it kept resonating or whatever. When you say it rang like a bell, that's a meme, right? That's a trope, and people hit on that, and so it makes their funding go up because there's interest and all that. But it did, though, when they and it was unusual. It did raise eyebrows. They did not expect this. Normally when these things happen, there's one pulse and that's it. It doesn't usually just resonate the way it did, as if it was hollow. Again, when we say hollow, we don't mean literally there's a big empty void in the middle like a bell. There may be, but that's not what they mean. They mean that the densities are wrong. It should be denser in the middle, and it might be, but not to the degree that they expected it to be. So it is an unusual thing, and it plays into the question of the moon's formation. When there are only a couple of theories that have been accepted as possible over the many years that science has been investigating the moon. One of them was that it accreted along with the Earth as part of an accretion disk, and there was two lumps that were major lumps, and sort of think of the moons of Saturn. I mean, the moons and the rings of Saturn, right?
Yeah, so what you're saying is something impacted the Earth and it caused a bulge, two fists sitting together, and as it rotated, they broke apart and kept that orbit.
So that's another theory. That's actually that's a second theory. So the original theory was that when the solar system was young, you had the main accretion disk the main accretion disk where all of the planets were forming by themselves. And then around each planetary body, there was a smaller localized accretion disk where the moons and all these other things were forming. And usually when you have like a ring system, that's actually not something that formed there in the beginning. That's a more recent development. Most of the rings, like Saturn's rings, are very temporary. If we were born like a few million years in either direction, they wouldn't be there. That's really interesting if you think about it. Basically, a moon broke up, or a couple of moons broke up, and became those ring systems. And they're very stable, but they will eventually go away. So the original idea was that that's how the moon formed, that it was just part of that same system that Earth was. The next theory was that it's a captured satellite. The problem with that theory, and it's a big problem, is that usually captured satellites have really elliptical orbits. They don't usually just go bang, almost a perfect circle like the moon's is. Mm-hmm. The moon has an orbit that is, in that way, it's unusual. It is not like a captured body. It's more like an accreated body, or, as you said, the impact theory, which is something hit the Earth, something about the size of Mars hit the Earth, ejected a portion of the Earth out, and that became the moon.
And I want to point out too, a part of what makes the captured satellite theory so unbelievable is that the composition of the moon is extremely similar to Earth's.
It is, but it isn't. That's another thing, is that the composition is clearly similar. The same similar. Like it most likely...
It's more similar than it isn't.
Right. But we're also talking about what we were able to ascertain off the surface. We haven't drilled down deep into there. We don't know what's deep below the surface at all. I don't know exactly how deep we've gone, but I'm pretty sure it's just a few, shovelfuls and chiselfuls of rock. Okay. I don't think it's miles down like we've done here. For all we know, you go 100, you go down deep enough and you hit fucking metal. And interestingly enough, there is some weird shit at the base of certain craters. There is a hardness there. There is something unusual. I forget what the exact material is, but it is unusual in that it is harder, and it is not something that we expected to find there. It's almost like if you were building a spaceship out of materials that you could find in space, like hollowing out an asteroid or building one out of asteroids and shit, you would select this material because it would be more likely to survive impacts and things without completely obliterating the structure. Is that what it is? Well, I mean, it's an interesting argument. I'm not proposing that that's necessarily the case, but it is a good question, if true. There's also some things that are seen, structures which we see that, especially on the dark side of the moon, because the dark side of the moon is completely different looking than the front of it, which is part of the reason why we think it has something to do with being an ejected, part of the Earth.
But also counterpoint. The dark side of the moon, so to speak, always faces away from us. So it's going to get more asteroids and shit like that. It's going to look different.
That's actually not how that works. That's not why it would look different per se. Because it's not like it's a shield that is being faced out from us. It is its own gravitational body, and things hit on all sides equally. Okay, more or less. What actually is strange is that it's not more uniform. It is stranger the fact that it is different on the two sides, which is more of a, if you look at most of the other bodies in the solar system that are rocky bodies like that, they might have like an unusual impact event. So you get like a big crater or something, true. But you don't have one side. I'm not saying you don't have it, but it's more common for it to be uniform to a large degree, So there's obviously some asymmetry that's going to happen, but ours is pretty asymmetrical in some respects. Anyway, that's not even the smoking gun. It's just one little, little straw on the camel's back. There's another interesting fact about the moon. Despite the fact that humans have been photographing the dark side of the moon for a long time with pretty good cameras, it's really hard to get high-res photos of the dark side of the moon released to the public. There are examples of things that were photographed that were released and then taken down and replaced with lower res images. And you can't get the higher res images anymore. So there's definitely questions. Why does it seem like various space institutions are, at the very least, not presenting what they do have on it? I don't know if they're hiding it per se. So hiding it's a little tough. Like, I don't want to sound total flat earth about it. You know, there's only so much you can fake, guys. Like this idea that the earth is flat and there's a dome and all this other shit. I mean, if you believe that, you might as well believe in Galacticus and the planet-eating aliens and shit. Like, you might as well just, you know, there comes a point where supernatural power creep gets so high that it's just, you might as well just believe in everything. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just abandon rationality entirely and just, you know, I hate to sound like that because I don't like the slippery slope fallacy like that, but at some point you gotta just say, I guess there's nothing they can't do, you know?
Yeah, it's giving up so many axioms that are so essential to just our day-to-day function that we can just, oh, yep, okay, that must be true. That, yeah, there's just no basis. You're off in your own land. I mean that like, as respectfully as I possibly can.
That's your millennial side. My Gen X side says you're fucking nuts. But yeah, there is a limit. You know, and I believe in some fringy shit. You know, I mean, obviously, I practice magic. I talk about spirits and demons and all kinds of shit.
Fringy.
And by the way, Mercury is not tidally locked, but its rotational period is a little wacky, so it can appear that way for a little period of time. So there's definitely questions about the moon, and you know, of course, a good story means you're going to take those questionable things and turn it into reptiles and everything. Except there's still more. There are more stories about the creation of the moon than one might expect in ancient mythology. There are more stories about the moon appearing in the sky, arriving in the sky, being put there. Okay, now, of course, you're talking creation myths. Of course, there's going to be, you know, if the earth was put here, then, of course, the moon's going to be put here. Yes, but they are eerily similar, especially when you cross-reference them with the time that they suggest that this happened. I'll give you a clue, or I'll give you a hint, or I'll give you a spine chill. You know what times and when all of these different creation myths estimate that the moon was put there in a lot of these systems? Roughly the same time that Atlantis happened, roughly the same time the Elder Dryas event happened, when we have this great global cataclysm, roughly the same time when all shit from the archaeological record to the mythological records all agree some major cataclysm happened. Was that the moon arriving? I'm not saying it is. I don't want to be that guy because I'm not into the flat earth bullshit. But if we don't ask the question, how are we going to find out the truth? If we just assume that that's crazy talk and we don't investigate or question it, at least put it on the burner, for fuck's sake. I think that we miss out. You know, I'm not saying that that's what happened, but it begs the question: why? Why does the year 10,000 BC or thereabouts, roughly 12 to 13,000 years ago, why does this seem to be the most important time in human history that was not recorded? Why does it seem like around the year 10,000 Fallout happened? And I say that jokingly, but I mean it seriously. If you play the Fallout games, there's some really funny tongue-in-cheek moments, like in Fallout 3 when you go to Novak, or was it New Vegas, whichever one it was. I think it was New Vegas. You go to Novak. What's Novak? Well, it's a sign that used to say no vacancy, but they don't know what that means, so they just think that was the town's name was Novak. Okay,
I
and
did not know that.
there's so many different examples in Fallout like that. Well, we see that sort of maybe happening with ancient civilizations. There is at the very least questions about Egypt and Sumeria, but especially Egypt. According to some of my research, a lot of the Egyptian people don't agree with the Egyptologists. A lot of Egyptian people believe that they discovered the pyramids, they didn't build them. And there is some reason to suspect this may be the case, because you don't see any writing on the insides of like the Great Pyramid, like where you'd expect it. If these were places where bodies were meant to be stored and that's why they built it this way, there was nothing inside that one usually found in the tombs. Usually in the tombs you had hieroglyphic, you had the names of the guy at the very least, because if you understand Egyptian culture, the name of someone was sacred, and if you scratched it into a monument, you immortalized them, and you were effectively killing them a second time if you scratched their name off of something. So when you had like King such and so, there's plenty of cases where pharaohs took a rival's monument or a rival's tomb and defaced it, and literally smashed the face of the guy off their sarcophagus, destroyed their name, everything. Even the Sphinx is almost certainly a remodeling job. That was almost certainly a lion or a big cat of some kind that they carved with a man's face with a beard and all this other stuff. If you look it up, the head's way too fucking small. It was obvious this was a big... There's other statues that have a lion's head, and then there's this one with a human head, and of course others with human heads too.
They're just like graffiti artists, just like tagging over everybody's shit.
Basically, it did happen that way. At least with the ones that were outcast from society. So my personal pet theory, I don't really necessarily believe it, but it's my pet theory, the one I like to play with, is that and I'm not saying that we didn't build the pyramids. I'm not saying it was aliens from planet Blue Blah, but I am saying that it might have been a culture or a civilization that existed prior to that Elder Dryas event that literally, whatever it did, it wasn't small. It was an event that was at least large enough that if it happened today, our civilization would be wiped out. We know this. We know from the geological record that whatever happened, that Elder Dryas event, which was a fairly sudden and quick like onset. It wasn't like over a period of 10,000 years like the climate change. No, it was like asteroid impact or something level. Okay, and there's evidence for that. That led to a long-term change, but it initiated quickly. So this event, whatever it was, all of human civilization seems to start soon after this time. And it starts in a way that seems eerily familiar to what we would expect if it were to happen to us today. That is, there is no civilization on the record, and then suddenly everybody at the same time is developing the same tools, the same thing, this within a few hundred years of each other. So there's like this revival of civilization that seems to be happening all around the same time. Almost as if people survived some cataclysm and started to rebuild, going to a hunter-gatherer state initially just to survive, and then rebuilding into farmers and all this other shit, but having lost a lot of stuff. And so they told it in myths and legends. The flood myth is in virtually every major culture of the world in some form, and it's always roughly the same time frame as well. So something happened, and something happened that, in my opinion, reset civilization. And I think, I can't prove it, I got no hard evidence for it, but my intuitive gut, my psychic gut says that the Great Pyramids of Giza, as well as probably a few others like the ones in China, which you're not allowed to talk about very much, by the way. If you look up, most people will go, Chinese pyramids. Yes, Chinese pyramids. Look it up. It's hard to get a hold of them. The Chinese don't like advertising this stuff. These things have existed on Earth for a long time. And my pet theory is that the pyramids at Giza came from a prior civilization that happened before the Elder Dryas event. Call it Atlantis, which I think Atlantis was just the capital city of this ancient civilization. And it probably did exist on the Azore Islands. They were probably above sea level at one point, and all of that shit. So, I think that people discovered the pyramids and then tried to emulate them. Maybe there was someone who sort of, you know, their great grandmummy was some sort of a brilliant architect from Atlantis that knew how to build these things, and they passed this knowledge to their kids. And then what ended up happening was someone said, well, we don't really remember how to do this, but let's try. I want to build a tomb for myself. And that's why you get like the Bent Pyramid and some of these others, which are considered older than the Giza pyramids. Do you know why they consider them older? Well, they can't carbon date rock like that. You can't carbon date the rocks of the pyramids and see when they were made, because it's just going to tell you how old the rock itself is. It's not going to tell you when it was cut. Are
they saying they're older because it still seemed like people were experimenting and figuring it out?
Yes, that is why. More or less. More or less. I'm sure there's some other reasons as well, but that is the initial reason, is that, well, these are obviously made more primitively. They're not using quite the same materials or the same methods, and the interior designs are different. Again, if you compare, especially the Great Pyramid, the internal structure of the Great Pyramid does not look like you would expect anything to look if you were. So you have this precise structure with things calculated down to a fraction of a fucking inch alignment with the stars and with true north and all this. You've got this level of precision, but you're building these really sketchy fucking shafts that are weird angles, and that's supposed to be like the king's gonna reanimate and walk around in his thing. And of course, there's no evidence that there was ever even a fucking thing in there. Like, the people who opened it up the first time were like, this thing's empty. That's weird. There's some weird shit going on here, and they don't like to address this because the older pyramids are tombs. Well, this is what I think happened. I think that the ancient people grew up in the shadow of these pyramids. They didn't know what they were for. They were mind-blowing. And they inherited this. And then they tried to emulate them and use them as tombs, because pyramids, unique amongst all structures, especially the smooth-sided pyramids that they were at one point, are really, really able to withstand a lot of shit. Meaning they can, if you try to build a structure in the desert that is shaped like anything we're used to, like a box or any of that kind of shit, it'll be gone very soon, because the winds, the sand erosion, all of this shit, it's gone within a generation or two. But you build something in that pyramidal shape, well, even if it wears down, it's going to wear down into a hill, and it's going to be there for a long fucking time. And if you make it out of the right materials, it's going to be there for a really long time. So they probably saw this and said, man, that's a great way to preserve my immortality forever. I'm going to make one for me too. And they must have assumed that they were like the resting places of embodied gods, which the pharaohs were in their minds, right?
They were trying to keep up with the Joneses, but with dead people.
So this idea that, especially the idea that they use slaves, that's been debunked to death. They didn't use slaves to build any pyramid. They were actually lavished as workers go. Like, this was a cushy job. Yeah, you worked your ass off. It was hard, but you were given the best of everything that such a person in that class would be given. You weren't a slave, nor were you just a lowly construction worker. You were like the pharaohs would have said, you're getting rewarded because you're building my eternal paradise, and I want you to be happy as you're building it, and all of that good shit. So they weren't treated badly. They were treated really well. So there's some questions here. And we also notice that as you get later in history, the Egyptians stopped using pyramids altogether. They just started burying people in something more maybe predictable. Basically, they found, and they made caves, and they built caves, and they built into walls, and they just buried people in the Valley of the Kings. Totally different scenario. Why did they stop doing this? Well, obviously, their civilization had withdrawn enough that you couldn't build pyramids anymore, not even the smaller ones. But beyond that, it's like there has been a degradation of knowledge and a loss. And 10,000 years, guys, we're not even talking 12,000 years, just 10,000 years ago. You know how much shit we lose in 10 years from our records, from our cultural memory? Like when Fleshy came on with me, I was talking about what's his name? I can't remember.
Verizon.
What's that?
Oh, I thought you were about to tell them about the Verizon thing.
No, but that was part of it. So that's a good catch too. Was the can you hear me now? Good thing, that old Verizon commercial. Like, this is something that's completely lost. Only people who lived during a certain number of years as an adult is going to get that joke. If I sit there going, can you hear me now? Good. Most people, unless you're in your 40s or maybe 30s, or like Fleshy, who just happen to be cool, won't know that joke as well. A lot, like if you're like my kid, he's not going to know what the hell that's about. He's gonna be like, yeah, that's funny. It hits different. Now go back further, like you have like the Star Wars thing that I was talking about. So we have stuff even in our own culture, just over the period of one lifetime, that can be completely lost. You're going to tell me that modern academia has it figured out, that they understand what the people of ancient Egypt were like? Dude, we have no idea. Imagine if in 10,000 years, all you had was Instagram.
Oh, Jesus.
What would you imagine our civilization was like if all you had to go on was Instagram? So, 12,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 6,000 years ago, all you have are some ruins with some hieroglyphs on it and whatever you can deduce from that. Their version of sort of the Snapchat thing or the Instagram thing or the whatever thing. Their pop culture at the time.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have a fucking clue. And we're not even getting into the how did they build it question, which the number of worm cans that you open up when you start diving into the how did they build it thing will fuck you up. Like you will go, wait a minute. I'm not even trying to get on the fringe side. I'm looking at their fucking Wikipedia and they don't know. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at the establishment view, and even they are like, well, they built a ramp. Well, wait, that can't work because you'd need more material than you needed to build the pyramid to build the ramp. Well, they figured something out. Maybe they used cranes or something. Well, where were the cranes? We have no idea. They might not. How did they cut it? Well, they had a system where they would spend 3 days straight sawing at it with bronze tools that would need constant, maintenance just to function. And they could cut something like 2 centimeters every 3 days or something. Are you fucking high? Meanwhile, you have more evidence that they had high-speed cutting tools, higher speed than even we have today. You have evidence of they're cutting into a rock, and then, oops, we fucked up. Like, if you're cutting it 2 centimeters every few days or hours or whatever, you telling me you can't see that you're fucking up a cut till you're halfway through the fucking brick? Really? You telling me that there isn't somebody there correcting it every step of the way? No, that implies that you cut quickly, and by the time you realize you fucked up, you were halfway through.
Nobody falls asleep at the wheel for fucking 12 hours.
Right. I mean, maybe you do, and then maybe that guy was executed, but you get my point. Like, as a woodworker, when you use like a hand saw, right? It's slower going. Now, it can be hard to get a straight line just because of the way it's going, but you can kind of, if you're paying attention, you go, oh, I'm fucking up, and you can try to correct it.
Yeah,
if you're going with a skill saw or something, you fuck up, it's gonna you can't save it.
I've made some little whoopsies with a handsaw. I've never almost cut my finger off like I had with table saw.
Exactly. So the oopsie you have with a slow primitive hand tool versus a power tool is never going to be as extreme, or at least not often as extreme anyway. And it's going to be quite the, let's put it this way. It's more of a fluke than it is like a slip with a power tool.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that it won't happen. It's just that it's more of a fluke. So there's a lot of questions. There's a lot of things that don't fit. And again, why does the year around the Elder Dryas event keep happening to be this major point that it seems like, you know, anatomically humans have existed for over 100,000 years, 150,000 years. And Cro-Magnon humans, which are literally as close to humans as, like, we think that that's modern humans. Modern humans are a little different because of culture and stuff. You can't leave culture out of the question. But Cro-Magnon man, humans, whatever, in every way, shape, and form are pretty much modern humans, except that, you know, they didn't necessarily have airplanes and shit. But they've only existed for around 30 to 40,000 years. But 30 to 40,000 years without a written language, without a single city, without a single anything like that, it's all just cave people for 30 or 40,000 years. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it stretches credulity, in my opinion. Couple thousand years, sure. 40,000 years without one person figuring out that you can build a hut with rocks, and you know, you can collect the seeds off the jungle floor and plant them again. Really? I find that a little hard to believe. I just do. It doesn't sit right. And when you see how quickly we have evolved our technology, let's pretend aliens have nothing to do with it and we didn't get alien tech. Let's just pretend we figured it out. I think you do have to pretend to do that, by the way. There's, as much as I poo-poo the alien thing, the idea that just in 100 years, all of a sudden we figured out everything, I have questions, is all I'm saying. I question it. Especially when the biggest stuff happened. Anyway, I'm not going to get there. So you're telling me that, you know, we didn't have a functioning civilization until 6,000 BC, maybe 10,000 if we're being generous with our current, you know, knowledge. Göbekli Tepe was made by a bunch of cavemen that were hunter-gatherers, really? They didn't know how to fucking build a town the way we would understand it, but they knew how to build monoliths. Like, they didn't live anywhere for long, but they lived there long enough to build monoliths in a structure that is enormous by it's bigger than Stonehenge. Yeah, that checks out. Yeah, a bunch of fucking people, you know, that couldn't figure out how to add 2 + 2 built these stone things just with their ass cheeks. Right. I don't think so. So, I don't know, Fleshy, you've been quiet a while. What do you think?
You have studied the whole Dryas event a lot more than me.
Dryas event.
So
it's spelt almost like it sounds. It's pretty close.
So
it's Dryas.
I can't really speak on all that, and honestly, the whole idea of like the hollow moon and everything, my eyes glaze over. It's just so, it's too wiggity. I don't buy it for a minute, but what I do like, and I hope is the main takeaway of all of this, is that in doing this research, like you were saying with the Egyptology, I realized that the idea we have of the moon's creation and everything is not as set in stone as I think most people believe. We still just don't know with any of it. And there's a lot of reason to question a lot of shit. Should always, always be questioning. And I'm happy I learned about some of this shit from doing all of this. Yeah, something as simple as the moon, our fucking next door neighbor. No idea.
It's still got
Absolutely
a
none.
lot of mysteries, and there are lights on it. Like, you can look this up. It's not fringe. There are weird things that happen there still that science goes, yeah, we noticed that there was this flash in the crater. We don't know what caused it. We think it's a reflection, but we don't know. There's weird shit. There is a crater, I forget, I think it's on the South Pole region, that occasionally gets a green mist in it, and they don't know why.
Ooh, you know what? I actually, jumping off something you said right there, I wish more people were just cool with saying, I don't know.
Right, yeah.
Like, being able to have an answer is obviously what we want. But as soon as somebody throws up a theory, that's not just well, that makes the most sense. That's what it is. There is a great power within I don't know.
Yep.
I can knocking shit around everywhere.
That's me. No, April bumped into something. There are indeed a lot of things that we don't know. And that's sort of what I meant about academia these days, is they don't like saying we don't know. When they say, if you ever pay attention to like the mainstream science stuff, like PBS Space Time and all this, I like his channel, I like that channel, dry as it is, because they are more inclined to say we don't know.
Yeah.
But you go to other things and they are very quick to be like, we don't know, but we're pretty sure. Or we don't know, but there's no way it's this or that. Like they're very quick to imply that they do know even when they don't. Like there's a lot of ego there. And you know, this is troubling, you know. And this causes an equal and opposite reaction from the fringy people. You know, they're going to encounter these hardline rational skeptic science people, and because they're just trying to have a little bit of, you know, let's say you have a rational fringy person like me. We just want to be heard, and we just want our questions addressed, and we want them addressed without bullshit. Like, it's fine if you've got an answer and it's fine if we disagree, but you will notice that there's an egotism at play with the academics, where if you still question them after their thing has been proven, you don't just get like, well, I think you're wrong, have a nice day. There is an effort to blacklist you and to break you and to cut you out. And it can be over something trivial. It doesn't even have to be over a big thing. For example, again, the aquatic ape hypothesis. There are too many problems with the savanna ape hypothesis that no longer hold up to really critical scrutiny. That doesn't mean that the savanna hypothesis is disproven. It just means that you got to rethink it all. You can't just be simplistic and say our ancestors split. One group stayed in the trees and one fell down out of the trees and ran around in the grass, and that's why they became us. It doesn't quite hold up anymore. There had to be at least another factor involved. One of those factors is, instead of thinking of humanity as something that happened once, what if humanity happened several different times and places and then came together and eventually hybridized into what we think of as humans in a more recent history? So, you know, this whole thing, like this link to the primates, you know, the chimps and stuff, there are actually people who hypothesize that it went the other way around, that humanity evolved first, and then, not that there weren't monkeys and stuff already,
but we shot out some different monkeys.
We shot out some other monkeys that became the great apes. That is a competing hypothesis that is mostly not respected, but it is out there. It is a question, and there is a little bit of evidence for it. Not a lot, but there's a little bit. There's questions, is all I'm saying. And these questions don't get properly answered. The aquatic ape one is another one of my pet ones, because it makes too much sense. Now, that doesn't mean it's true. There are things that can make total sense and be completely wrong. Okay, that is, you know.
Yeah.
It's just how truth is. Okay. You know, how many things have you jumped to the wrong conclusion from with every fact in your favor, and then there's that one fact that disproves the whole thing? Like, I know you murdered that person because this, and this. Yeah, but I was literally on the other side of the planet when it happened, so I've got an alibi.
Ah, shit.
I guess it wasn't you then, right? So the aquatic ape one is one of my pets because it makes a lot of sense. And it is basically saying that apes learned to walk upright, not because they were in the savanna fields and had to poke their heads up over the grass like a bunch of, you know, meerkats or something, but because they were living in swampy, watery environments, lakes, or on the seashore, perhaps. And
they need to escape to shore?
Well, no, it was, if you take a modern, like a chimp from today, they have a hard time standing on two legs, as you know. They can do it, but it's really tricky. But you put them in a wading pool, and suddenly they almost walk like a human does. They stand almost perfectly erect. They're comfortable, and they can move almost normally. So that was one of the clues about the aquatic ape hypothesis. Another one is human subcutaneous fat levels. No other ape has fat like we do. In fact, very few mammals have fat like we do unless they are amphibious, like hippopotamuses, elephants, whales, manatees. So those animals, those mammals that are, or birds that are known to go in the water, get a subcutaneous layer of fat similar to what we have or more. You also look at humans versus the other primates. People will say, well, humans, we're not really adapted for water because we have this body structure that looks like it's better for walking. It's better for wading, but when you look at a human being, for example, jumping into the water from a diving board, if you throw an ape off a diving board, even if you've tried to train them with the most perfect, you know, water landing imaginable, they can't form the body shape necessary to enter the water in a efficient way. They're going to have a splash. It's going to be a problem. That doesn't mean they can't swim or anything like that. It just means that they can't do it very well. But humans can. Humans actually are way more hydrodynamic than apes normally are. We're also hairless, which again, there's almost no examples of mammals. I'm not saying zero, but there's very few examples of mammals having body hair and then losing it unless they went aquatic for a while. You kind of have to be aquatic for that to happen. Oh, okay.
DK Blackschlager says, YouTube won't let me comment about our moonchild, DH.
Oh, that sucks. What did you try? What was it? Was it that time you visited me in the night and there was the rustling in the window curtains, and the next thing I know, my pants were unbuttoned and I woke up and I had a weird kind of, child support in the mail question. Is that the daughter, my moon daughter that we were talking about? Okay. So then you also have, the hair is a big one. It's not the only one. You then also have the question, our breathing and our vocal cords. So in nature, very few animal species develop the ability to have what we would call autonomic breathing, or breathing that we can control. Chimps cannot hold their breath. Most mammals, most birds cannot hold their breath at all. The most they can hold it for is the most they can do it as a reflex, but not intentionally hold their breath. So yeah, you throw a chimp underwater, it'll try to, it's not doing it consciously. It's literally a reflex, sort of like an orgasm or something. It's not something that they have direct control over like we do. Most animals have very little control over their breathing ability. They certainly can't hold it for long, if at all. So chimps can't intentionally hold their breath. No primates that we know of can, except for, or should I say mammals, except for those that are aquatic. So you have whales and hippos and elephants and the same, animals that we know like to live in and around water and wade and swim. those are the ones that have this ability.
Makes
Why
sense.
would we evolve? Why would we evolve this if we're plains African, primates that never see water because we're living on an arid Serengeti? Why would we develop the ability to hold our breath that way? Well, we wouldn't. There's no reason. Evolution doesn't say, hey, let's do this thing and see where it goes. Evolution is an adaptation to an environment, not the other way around. You don't develop an ability and then move into the place where it's useful. You move into a place where you are able to survive just enough that you can keep procreating until evolution's process adapts you for that environment more exclusively. So this means that if anything, these primates came out of the trees or whatever and entered into the water and developed that. The vocal cords, the voice box, our larynx, is where a more aquatic mammals would be. The other primates, their vocal box, it's higher in their neck. Ours is almost in the trunk of our body. If you look at where it is, it's almost down inside of us, which is something you see again mainly with aquatic species or aquatic adapted species, if nothing else. There are so many levels and so many reasons and so many layers. Another one is human beings are born. We can have water birth and the baby won't drown. In fact, it's good for mothers and babies, except for there's some issues with, I believe, bacterial stuff that you got to watch out for. But water births they're actually less stressful for both parties in a lot of ways. It's like we were meant to give birth in the water. Interesting, isn't it? Interesting. As if we're wading through tide pools or something like that, and that's where the babies come out. There is a whole lot of shit. Now, with all of these reasons that I just said to you, they're not fringy reasons. You can look all of these up. Why doesn't mainstream academia even want to consider it?
Inconvenient.
Right. And it doesn't refute evolution at all. It's not like it's a creationist saying that humans were created by God and that's why we're this way. No, it's literally humans. We didn't evolve on the Serengeti. We evolved in tide pools or swamps or something. It just takes the information that is hard information and asks a question, which is harder to explain so if we're going with Occam's razor, it's harder to explain these things if you believe in the Serengeti primate hypothesis. That doesn't mean we didn't at some point move to the Serengeti or the plains of Africa. That's obviously we did. But it's saying, did we evolve there? I don't think so. I don't buy it.
It really feels in a lot of ways like somebody trying to get out of doing work. Like, hey, just shut up. This is working. We're going to have to do a bunch of shit, man. If you keep talking, we don't want to. We got a good thing going on here.
And so now I would like to turn your attention to the Abkalu, to pretty much every civilization that would have been a survivor of this proto-culture that might have existed before ours, or modern, the Holocene. So when you go back to the Pleistocene, before the Elder Dryas or during it.
Before you get too much on a roll, I want to comment. D.H. Blackschlager says, I even tried to type it all out as one word with punctuation and it wouldn't let me send it. But you were close. Hashtag talk dirty to me. Sacred geometry.
Nice. Camilla said she was just having an issue. So if you guys are having an issue with the feed or the stream, let us know and I'll pause a little bit till we get everybody working. There must have been a hiccup in the network somewhere. It may have just been with her computer though. So she just wanted to bring that to our attention. Yeah, I don't know which. She says it's fine. Okay.
What happened? It was just like a hard shutdown of the internet of my browser.
So I'm not sure, DK, exactly what you were trying to say, but yeah.
It's
yes,
better
Eddie,
up here.
Yes, Eddie, protoculture actually in the Macross story, the Robotech story originally, the original translated version that I'm aware of, which was Super Dimensional Fortress Macross, which was more of a movie that came to the Americas first or later, the original understanding of the word protoculture wasn't little plants. It was a protoculture that existed before humanity. That's what it was. It wasn't little plants that were used to power robots. But it's kind of cool that you caught the reference. But yes, in the original anime understanding, protoculture was a reference to a primordial advanced civilization more than anything. That when the Zentradi arrive on Earth, they said we had protoculture because they don't know what culture is. They were warned against it. But anyway, so I was getting onto a subject, and it's there. Oh, so you have the Abkalu, okay? You have like it's not even talking about the Anunnaki. Like that shit's done to death. I'm so tired of the Anunnaki stuff. The Anunnaki were aliens and they did this and that. I'm not saying that the Anunnaki weren't a thing. I don't know if they were aliens or not. I don't think that they were space aliens. There is a lot of mythology that says that there was a subterranean race of humans that emerged that were more advanced, and they gave us everything that we have. The Titans, basically, or yes, the Anunnaki, or yes, all these primordial deities that predate the current deities, like Zeus and all that. There's a lot of evidence for this, at least mythologically speaking, maybe not archaeologically speaking, but mythologically speaking for sure. And when you reference this with, Atlantis and maybe further back, were human beings, did we start looking this way, or are we a hybrid species, like with some kind of more advanced? I don't know, but that is the spooky woo idea. Let's imagine, let's recognize something though. In every culture where you have these 7 sages, these 7 geniuses, these 7 Abkalu, these 7 whatevers, these Pleiades, okay? In every culture where this exists, they're almost always of similar description. Fish-like, scaly, feathery. They have a very similar appearance. Aquatic. There is this interesting pattern that happens over and over again. What are we missing? What is this puzzle piece telling us? I'm not sure there, but they all tell the same story, that there were these wise sages that came either down from the heavens or up from the earth, and they gave to the people their culture, their concepts of laws, civilization, the seeds for everything that we consider science and philosophy and everything. All of the foundations of civilization. Now, let us play with that they came from underground for a minute. Let's reference Fallout yet again. What if there was a world-spanning civilization that saw its doom written in the stars? Maybe they knew. Maybe it might not have been aliens shooting at us, guys, although it could have been. But
any sort of danger where underground was the safer option.
So they might have gone. Why is granite always a thing, especially with the pyramids? Everything's granite on the very inside. It's like they knew. What about America's NORAD? It's in a granite fucking mountain range. You could direct hit that with every nuke in the world, and it would just like whatever. It would like and NORAD just whatever, and like just put another You're not taking that out with anything that you can, at least that we know of. They probably have things to take it out, but I wouldn't know what it is. So what if there were people that saw this event that changed the world around the year 12,000 BC or 10,000 BC? What if they saw this coming and they went underground and they survived, came back up, and then basically, after however long, tried to re-educate humanity? What if this is one of the reasons why ancient peoples were so into astrology and astronomy questions? Why did they have such... You can say, okay, the ancient people got into astronomy and things because they were farmers and needed to know when the sun was going to come up in this place, so they knew when to plant their crops. They needed to understand the moon, but they didn't need to develop it to the degree that they did for that to work. You don't need to know Saturn and Jupiter and all. You didn't need to know all this shit. You didn't need to know the constellations and all that shit to the same degree. To be a farmer, you need to understand the sun cycle and the moon cycle. You don't need to know the deeper, true mysteries of astrology. Ask any farmer, they'll tell you, yes, the moon is a big deal, the sun's a big deal. We like to know these things. If you go to any more primitive modern civilization, you go to South Central America, whatever, where they're still living subsistence farmers, okay? Like people that I work with at the nursery. They don't know that some of them still think the sun goes out at night. Like they think it turns off, but they still know that when the moon is in this phase in this month, you don't plant until it's a full moon or whatever. They do know these little secrets to the point where they grow things better. They just do, believe it or not. You know, we do industrial farming, which makes up the difference. We still go by some of that. They don't. And if they don't eat. So, but they don't care about Leo and Aries and all of this shit. And they don't have astrological ages like we do. And they also don't have a consideration about if you correlate the astrological ages and all of these potentially world-ending events. I just saw this on a Russell Carlson video the other day, and it's completely true. You have all of these world cataclysmic events that would have been enough to destroy our civilization. So they could destroy most of the cities on Earth in one day. Those events have happened on an order that is repeatable. And you can see that these vaguely coincide within a few hundred years of things like astrological ages and other major things that can be predicted. Did the ancients realize that the Earth goes through these parts of the galaxy that are more hazardous, where you're more likely to have, you know, interstellar objects disturbing comets and stuff in our own backyard, raising the potential for destruction? Did they figure all that out with their science and their knowledge and saw this coming and couldn't stop it, so they moved underground? Like, maybe they were really advanced, but in a different kind of technology than we have. Maybe they could cut stones like we cut butter. Maybe they could do all this math and science, but they couldn't fly in space, or they couldn't shoot the asteroid down. Whatever it was, they couldn't stop it. It was too compelling. It was not going to be stopped. So the other alternative is to save as much of civilization as you can, go underground and hide, and then once everything's smoothed over, you come back up, and whatever's left, you try to rebuild. Isn't that what it looks like? If on the fringy side, isn't that what it really looks like? Especially when you also cross-reference shit like the mystery schools and what they taught, what the Egyptians taught in their mystery schools, what modern Masons teach with the whole stonecutter shit. There is something there. I don't know everything. All I know are the questions. I don't know the answers. All I know is that, like, you know, the meme with what's his name from Roseanne, I can't think, it was John Goodman. You know, anybody else think something's really fucking fishy around here? That's what it feels like when you do a deep dive into these questions. It's not that you sit there and go that I believe the moon is hollow or that aliens built the pyramids, but you do end up asking questions that are very inconvenient for academia, and they have a tendency to not just say, no, you're wrong. They have a tendency, if you start getting too close to something, they tend to find ways to just, they won't necessarily censor you, but they'll make sure nobody listens to you. They'll make sure nobody takes you seriously. And one of the ways they do that is they will line you up with the flat earthers and all of these other groups and smear you with the same brush.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to sit there and laugh and just make separation about somebody who's so completely out there rather than somebody who's closer to home. Just very inconvenient and uncomfortable.
They dehumanize like any propagandist does. One of the first things they do is they find a label that mocks you, conspiracy theorist, tinfoil hat, whatever else. They make sure that they guilt by association you, so that if you are asking questions that are inconvenient to them, they will call you a conspiracy theorist. They will say you're a flat earther and a moon landing hoaxer and all this other shit. And if you ask questions, that's all you are. You know, we're not talking about people who say that snow isn't real because it doesn't burn. Okay. I can explain to you why snow doesn't appear to burn. There's a reason for it, or it doesn't appear to melt, excuse me. There's a reason why snow doesn't appear to melt when you hold a flame to it. At least not at first. It does eventually, or why it blackens or all this shit. There's actual reasons for it that you can test and prove to yourself at home. You know what you can't do? You can't explain how they built the pyramids or why there seems to be this effort to keep a lot of it under wraps. You can't explain that. Now, why would they try to? The big question, though, maybe one that Fleshy's thinking, why would they hide this? If they knew or if they suspected, why would they hide it? Well, besides the obvious, it's inconvenient for them to be wrong, okay? That doesn't make a lot of sense, because if you're as skilled anything when it comes to this stuff, you could take that revelation and make a fortune out of it. And you could do this just by staging the releases in such a way that you don't release it all at once. You take a long enough time so you can make the most money out of it, just like they do with cars. You tell me that they didn't know how to make, 30, 40 mile to the gallon cars 60 years ago? Of course they did. They just, that's known. It's known that they could do it then. They just crushed that competition, stole the ideas, locked them away, and then just released them a little bit at a time.
I mean, so look no further than the true conspiracy of the everlasting light bulb society. Yeah, I'm not using the right term, but you know what I'm pointing at.
You're on the right track.
Real quick, Patchwork with Super Chat says, we discussing conspiracy theories? Count me in.
What's up, Patchy? Thank you, brother. I know, especially anything that has to do Sumerian Anunnaki stuff. I know you're all over it. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just my Luciferian cosmic rebel mindset kicking in, but we trust our institutions way too fucking much. Way too fucking much.
Question everything.
Question everything. Question me too. Don't just listen to what I'm saying.
Everything is a fucking psyop.
Everything's a fucking psyop. So the question is, why, if these things, and it's a valid question, this is the critical thinking question. If they know, or if they doubt their own knowledge, why don't they let us see that? Why do they do everything in their power to hide it? And that is a really good question. Well, I would direct you towards people like Manly P. Hall. I would direct you towards, these societies, these people that do talk about these things, but they never make it into the mainstream of knowledge, yet they had huge followings and things. There's a lot of info out there, or speculation, as the case may be. But that speculation, especially in the case of people like Manly P. Hall, they're not based on just like D.H. Thorne shooting the shit with Fleshy. These guys, they studied this stuff deeply. Manly P. Hall was made an honorary 33rd degree Mason for a reason. He knew, he's like my new Alan Watts, but he's like my occult Alan Watts. He knows so much shit that I just listen to him and I go, oh man, what did we miss? What did I miss? Maybe I do need to become a Mason or get into the Golden Dawn or something after all. What am I missing here? Because this ain't new. And there is this understanding that some of this stuff is being kept from us. Again, not saying the moon's hollow. I'm not saying that I mean, maybe it is. I'm not saying it isn't. That's not where I'm hanging my hat.
I don't know. We haven't dug in it.
Yeah, we haven't dug in it up enough. But there's a lot of questions. I want to be careful with talking about the bad guys from WW2, because the minute you start talking about those guys, people close their ears off. They don't want to hear it. Take the
those of the Blavatsky persuasion.
You have the Thule Society, you have the Vril Society, you have these groups. Guys, there is a treasure trove of knowledge there that we're not allowed to even talk about because it has a bent fucking cross on it. And that symbol goes back so far and is so widespread, it begs the question, why did people all around the world use that symbol the same way? It didn't mean different things to different people. It meant the same thing basically to everybody who used it, even people living in parts of the world that never would have come into contact with each other, as far as we know. Why? You know, there's so much shit that people don't know because you're not allowed to question or know. You're not allowed to look at it. You're not allowed because it's socially unacceptable. It's politically incorrect. If you look, as far as the mainstream of civilization is concerned, you're not allowed to point at anything that the bad guys from WW2 did unless you're making fun of it or hating on it. You're not allowed to say, hey, they did this thing right. Or they might have got a point there, or they might have found something. Because in modern, especially modern people's mentalities, it's like you're saying that they're good because they did this, and we can't have that. We can't have a human on the other end of this equation. They've all got to be monsters.
I think that's the most important part, is to remember they were people. That's the scariest fucking part.
Mm-hmm. And let me point out, for this group of people that are so heavily demonized by our civilization, why did we take thousands of them to become NASA and part of our government before even everything was, the dust was settled? Why did so many relocate to Argentina? Why do we have all of this shit? Why is half of our government fucking bad guys from WW2 after WW2 is over? That's not speculation. Look up Operation Paperclip. It wasn't a few dozen. It was thousands of hardcore Nazis.
They were responsible for Clippy, weren't they?
They got us onto the fucking moon. And you wonder why? Come on.
DK Blackschlager with another super chat says, on a real note, you should read my grandfather's books. Look up Herbert Blackschlager. Talk about that. I'm going back to being tarded now. Art.
Yeah, send me that stuff, DK, on Facebook. If you've got a link to those books, I will consider it. I'm not big on reading, you know that, but I do sometimes collect them and skim them. So I'll consider it. And Jen points out, yes, that twisted cross, which I'm not even saying Nazi can get you shadow banned at this point.
I'll be right back, dude. I gotta.
Yep. That symbol is more well known in Hinduism and Buddhism, but that's not where it came from. It came from the Aryans. And the Aryans, guess what? That's Aries, Ares. That's the Aries, the sign of Aries, the Ram civilization, the color red, the war periods from roughly 2000 to 0, I guess. I have to redo my math and my astrology. I forget. I think that's how it went. So there's so many levels and layers here. They say Yahtzee. I got you. Thank you, Jen. I didn't know that. So the Yahtzees, or the no-no Germans. I love that. I'm going to use that for now. The no-no Germans are the Yahtzees. I love it. I didn't know that. Thank you. That's the Creole that I need to be able to get around censorship. Thank you. But yes, it is embarrassing watching historians have to do that to not get banned. It's disgusting. That bothers the shit out of me, and it should bother the shit out of everybody with a brain. Like when I run into people who get uncomfortable when you bring this stuff up, I actually not only do I lose respect for you, I lose interest in you as a human being. Like I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Like if I run into someone that I consider a friend and you start talking about these questions or these things and they get uncomfortable, like don't say the word Nazi or something, I don't even want to like give them the time. I want to get out of the room because I know I'm dealing with something that is not just my ideological enemy, but they're dangerous, people like that. They're puritanical, and Puritans are dangerous things. I don't like them. Swashtickler, I like that. Patrick says, doesn't it represent the Big Dipper in the different phases of the year? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean the twisted sun symbol? I don't know. I don't know. No, Jen, it would actually be the JA Germans, not the DA. The DA Germans, I think, would be the Russian Germans. All right, we're taking this joke a little far, but it is a good one. The Schwanstuka. You guys are so great. So I'm not saying the bad guys from WW2 were the good guys. I'm not commenting on that one way or the other. It happened. History is history. And there was a lot of tragedies that happened. And I got news for you guys. If you think that the Allies were all good and didn't do anything bad back then and didn't kill millions of people in concentration camps, you don't know shit about history. If you think that millions of innocent people weren't killed by us too, you're insane. You don't understand propaganda at play and how information and how history is written by the victors. You just don't understand. That's not to say the Germans were good guys, okay? The fact that I have to double down on saying that drives me crazy.
Qualify it, right?
Like that should just be like, why do I have to even say that? But because people are so fucking sandy vagina motherfuckers, they can't stand anything, that it really drives me crazy. Yeah, Patchy says he meant the no sign. I don't know about the Big Dipper connection to that. I'll have to look into that. If you got info on that, DM me on Facebook. I'll check it out later. Or do it in Discord or something. I'll check it out later. And it's to the point where, like, there are people in the occult community that are not Nazis at all, but maybe they have some Nazi paraphernalia, Yahtzee paraphernalia, because they study history and they're interested in German occultism. And they're not allowed to have that stuff because that means they're Nazis now. We live.
Man, you're a collector.
There is this perception that conservatives are the uptight puritanical ones. And there is some truth to that, but the other side is just as puritanical and pearl clutching and conservative. It's just that they're conservative about completely different things, to the point of absurdity, just like the conservatives are. You think that just because conservatives have the Westboro Baptist morons, that the other side doesn't have their own morons that do the same thing? Well, obviously they do. It's just that
everybody can be stupid.
Yeah, everybody can be stupid. It's not limited to one ideology, guys. In fact, stupid is the more common thing. Intelligence and wisdom are rare. Stupidity is the common denominator. And DK says he loves your jacket, and you just commented on it. Thank you.
Yep. Appreciate it, dude.
So all I'm saying is why would they keep it secret, but then why would they tell us if they knew at the same time? What apple cart gets upset if the truth comes out, even if they took a little while? People have been arguing that the government knows about aliens and UFOs and has for decades, if not longer, and that they are going to eventually have disclosure, and they're going to do it that's why they have all this science fiction that they promote, and why that they slowly admit to things, and why just a few years ago, like 2020 or 2021, they basically admitted UFOs are real, but nobody cared.
And nobody did anything about it.
And nobody cared because the world's crazy. The reason nobody cared was because we all kind of know this already. This is sort of like when it's back
coming
in
out
the
of
90s.
The closet.
I was just going to say exactly that. Like, we had my friend Andy, who we all knew was gay before he said anything. And when he came out of the closet, we hugged him and said, dude, you've been standing in front of the closet with the door open for like a decade now. I mean, I'm glad you told us and everything, but you didn't have to tell us. It was already just kind of understood. So it's kind of like that, man. It's and this is what government does. They keep things secret till it can no longer hurt them to reveal it, and then they do, and by then it's already like, look, they just basically admitted the CIA killed somebody that was in Texas and stuff, that was a president. That allegedly just came out recently, and it's still you probably didn't even hear about it because it's like, whatever, we already know that. How many people were shook if it came out tomorrow? Yes, we killed the president. How many of you guys would be shocked? I think you'd be more shocked that they admitted it than to learn that it was done. How many of you guys in the comments, be honest with me, how many of you, Fleshy, you too, how many of you would be more shocked to hear that they admitted it, not that they did it?
I'd just be surprised that I pegged the wrong agency.
I love you, dude.
Like, I got the wrong sequence of 3 letters.
This is why we're friends. Yeah, I mean, maybe it wasn't the CIA, but it was. But anyway, yeah, I mean, this is where we're at, guys. This is what the Age of Aquarius is all about, by the way. If you want to know the deal, this is why the Great Awakening isn't just a meme. It is the age of Aquarius, and they want to control this turning of the age. They want to control it, and they're in their own little civil war about it, about what it should look like. You notice that every time there's a turning of an age, there is generally a lot of upheaval in civilization and a restructuring and a revolution of how things function. Did you notice that with the age of Pisces, we suddenly get Jesus and all the fish symbolism with Jesus, and how civilization, you know, empires fell and a new way of civilization rose, and all of this? Are we not starting to see something similar now playing out? And what is it going to look like, and how long is it going to take, and who's going to win, who's going to lose? I don't know, but I do know that no matter who wins it, the freedom lovers or the assholes, the dicks, so to speak. Don't be a dick, by the way.
You about to go off on the Team America thing about the age of Aquarius?
I am. I don't know what you're referencing, but I probably am. Because I never watched Team America. I probably should have, because I started to watch it, but when I started to watch it as a young man, I was like dangerously, because of 9/11 and everything, I was dangerously Republican at the time. Like, I was really bad. Like, I hated me. Looking back, I look at that guy and I go, what a moron. I was like, how dare they make fun of our military and shit. Like, I was one of those guys, but I was like 20 or something, so I wasn't really smart yet. So that's my excuse, but whatever. And I was pissed because I worked about a block from the Twin Towers when they went down anyway. So, like, it was a person.
Man, my commute's gonna be all screwed up.
Yeah, it was a little personal. My friend that I worked with at this one job, he took the subway that was under the Twin Towers. So, like, I would walk him to the subway all the time. And I think I had been out of that job for about a year when it happened. So I still knew people that still worked over there when it happened. So it bothered me. Like, that bothered me deep down.
That explains why you and the rest of the New Yorkers didn't like my 9/11 jokes when I was over there. See it being a little sensitive.
No, I think they're hilarious now. Maybe other people wouldn't, but I thought they're hilarious now. Like, I love that meme. It's Rick Sanchez standing up at a dinner. It says, like, name two things what was it? Gender and the Twin Towers. Two things we can't talk about anymore without people getting really uncomfortable. Something like that. It's a really bad.
There used to be two of them. Now you don't talk about it.
And now we don't talk about it. Yeah, I love that. Fucking great. Fucking so many people with tight asses that can't even talk about things, even in a good fucking humored sense. So yeah.
Man, where were we even? Yeah, where were we even going?
The age of Aquarius that is unfolding it's going to be about information. It's going to be about awakening. It's going to be about, and not everybody's going to get it. You know, it's not that everybody is, but it is about the outpouring of wisdom, the outpouring of knowledge, and it's the age of man. It is the age of 666. The water bearer is a dude or a woman, but whatever. It's a human being. And it is an air sign, but it's a watery air sign. So there's emotional maturity there too. So there's going to be this outpouring. And this is going to be important. You know, the next 100 years is going to decide the next several thousand. I mean, that's always true, but it's extra true this time around. Because unlike in the past, if you have a changing of the age, you've got several civilizations going on where if one gets kaputnicked, it's not that big a deal. If Rome falls, you still have China. If, you know, and all this other shit. You still have multiple hearts for human civilization. The age of Aquarius is different. This is a global civilization now. And if this takes a shit, it's going to be a lot harder. You know, it's going to be a lot harder to regroup from that. If the global empire that we sort of have, that's this loose confederacy of nations that are sort of working together, when and if that that happens, it's not going to be as pretty. You know, it's not just going to be like the Eastern Hemisphere versus the West, or Rome versus, you know, Egypt and Greece and shit. It's going to be, oh shit, everything's breaking down. And the interesting thing about that is that nothing raises awakening like adversity. You know, adversity has two things it can do. It can either drive you into deeper superstition and ignorance, or it can really force you to evolve quickly.
There's that thing they say about sailors on rough seas.
It sounds like I'm stepping into a rainbow joke,
No, no.
but I'm just...
Does it really? Just because I brought up the idea of seamen? No.
I mean, you know.
I'm gonna butcher this, but something about calm seas make for easy rest, but calm seas do not a sailor make.
This is true. Yeah, that's absolutely true. And it's like the iron sharpening iron and all that other stuff. It's so the question arises, is everything that's going on right now part of a design that's like a crucible to take us out of the dark Piscean age into a more uplifted Great Awakening phase? Maybe that's why we're seeing all of this corruption and collapse and globalism and nationalism and all these things coming to a head, because we are in this information age, and there are different forces at play. You have the powers that be that want to strangle and control that information, and you've got the people that are demanding access to that information, and you've got other people that are the people who don't care about anything. They just want their food and their circuses and their bread and their bullshit. You know, the Instagram crap. Okay? And no offense to Instagram, by the way, because I use Instagram, but you got the point.
And I think it's always been about information. This is just the time when it's most obvious to everybody just how much of it is information. It shapes your fucking mind, and then your mind affects the material.
And the difficult thing about that information is that you can also get, you know, this is why I say true wisdom and true truth and all of that. Truth is anathema to belief and faith. You have to transcend belief or even facts. You've got to have a certain wisdom or an intuition, and you have to be able to be wrong in order to be right. You know, you have to be able to ask questions and go the wrong way, because that's how you find out. And if you don't do that, you got a problem. And there is nothing more paranoid or petty than a tyrant. And this is why our system is crumbling lately, because we didn't realize that we've been ruled by tyrants that are petty and, you know, paranoid. And it's starting to become obvious, and that's why things are going crazy, because they don't like... The internet was something that they used for nuclear purposes, for nuclear war purposes. They developed this thing so they could have continuity of government and shoot missiles off when the nukes started raining down. And somebody got the idea, hey, let's turn this into a thing. And they let that genie out of the bottle. At least that's the prevailing wisdom on the resistance side, that they weren't prepared for what the internet could do. They didn't see it coming, and it is more than they can deal with. Now, the other side says, no, they knew this would happen and they had it planned from the beginning, whatever. Like I said, there's people who think that the earth is flat and is under a dome and there's aliens controlling it all. And to those people, I say, then there's no point in anything, because you're talking about forces that are so far beyond our comprehension. It's worse than Lovecraft. We might as well just roll over and just agree to serve them, because, and then it begs the question, why do they need us at all if they can make a planet that's flat with a dome? You know, why do they need us to? If they can build that, then they could tell us they built it, and we wouldn't be able to stop them at all.
At that point, it's just Truman Show. They're just doing it for entertainment.
Right, and then again, at that point, wouldn't it be more entertaining to tell us and watch us go crazy in our little anthill in a jar?
Unless that's the true secret of Hollow Moon. The reason it's metallic, it's hiding all the cameras and everything. It's always facing us.
Right. Yeah.
They got constant coverage.
I like where your head's at with that. That there is something there.
If I disappear in a week, it's because I was right. They silenced me.
What? That is sort of one of the ideas, is that is a supernatural intelligence. Some people pointed out the Fifth Element movie, and they said, and this is goofy as shit, but it begs the question. In the Fifth Element, when you have the evil comes to Earth and it's stopped, it becomes a moon, which sort of implies that our other moon was the same thing that happened once before, because that's why we knew what to do, because we were saved once before by the same thing. So the meme, at least, is a good one. Like, the trope is a good one, and it sticks in the collective consciousness in such a way that it bubbles to the surface as, what if the moon was put there by somebody, maybe to protect us, or maybe that was an enemy that we defeated. Maybe the Atlanteans went to war with whoever gave us the moon and they won, and the moon is no longer functioning. Or maybe it's the other way around. I don't fucking know. Dude, there's so many layers to all of this, and I will tell you that you and I may think we're rational and disbelieve in some of these things. But there's another layer to this still, and that is that the powers that be, they aren't quick to dismiss all of this stuff. In fact, it's built into some of the mystery school shit that they believe in. Not all of it, not like aliens building the pyramid shit, but some of the weird fringy shit that is poo-pooed by mainstream academia. The people who run and own those academic institutions are sitting there paddling each other on the ass, you know, talking about, you know, the moon gods and shit, you know, like weird shit like that. I'm not saying that exactly, but I'm just as a hyperbolic reference. You know, they believe in that weird shit, but they don't want you to. Isn't that interesting? JP Morgan's on record saying millionaires don't believe in astrology, to which all the skeptics go, yes. And you know what he followed up with? The very next sentence?
Billionaires do.
Right? So what's the deal here? Why do these people who are in control believe some weird shit, but they don't want you touching it? And what is that weird shit that they believe? Well, there's always been an understanding that the mystics of old, that eventually, the mystics of old that whose ideas eventually led to the religions of old, that there was a stratification of this information such that the peasant class were thought to be lacking in the either education or intelligence or both to understand or realize. Okay, let's actually let me walk it back a little further. You will note that almost every mystical tradition believes in some form of reincarnation on some level, whether it be the non-dual form where it's the same divine incarnating as all of us in turn or simultaneously or whatever, or it's literally your soul is reincarnated as a piece of the divine, is reincarnated over and over until it finishes its journey and then returns to source eventually as it is transcendent. This is not a new idea, and it's certainly not limited to Buddhists and Hindus and all that. Every culture, every prehistoric culture that we have record of had some understanding of reincarnation in it. The Egyptians, the Sumerians, the Greeks, they all had a reincarnation concept that was a major part of their understanding of things. The idea that when you died, you lived in the field of reeds forever. No, that was like a leveling up. Otherwise, you did reincarnate. There was the potential for reincarnation. The Greeks, for example, believed, Plato in particular, believed that you reincarnated after roughly 1,000 years. So you spent about 1,000 years in your afterlife, be it whether it's the Elysian fields or Hades or whatever, then you reincarnated again. And it took 1,000 years for you to forget. You also have in the Hindu culture, I forget the exact thing, but you had about anywhere from 3 to 7 days for you to reincarnate. And depending upon how things go, it's either quicker or slower. And this is why they believe in burning the body so you have less to hold you here. So many cultures believe in some form of reincarnation. And there's a lot of evidence that reincarnation may be real. There are people that even science goes, yeah, they do seem to have information they shouldn't have. We don't know how they got it. We don't believe in reincarnation, but you knew something you shouldn't be able to know. What am I going to do? You know, it's a coincidence. That's all they can say because they don't know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot more reports of kids that remember shit, and it actually makes a lot of sense, because in all of these cultures, or many of them that have this understanding, there's also the understanding that after a certain age, those memories go away and you don't have them anymore. I think it's the age 4. So if you're going to have past life memories, they're going to be the most vibrant and vivid up till age 4, and then it's a fluke, not unheard of, but less likely for you to remember them after that. And of course, these memories are not like as vivid as our memories, but they're there. In fact, they tend to happen in sort of a flukish kind of way when they do happen. Like a kid just says it matter-of-factly. Like, oh no, I remember that. You do. Sure. Is this kid imagining it? Are they making it up? Kids do that. But they're so nonchalant about it. Is it because they're making it up, or because they just remember it and they don't think it's weird to remember that stuff? You know, at what point as a child, think back to when you were 4 years old. If someone told you that you were reincarnated, would it faze you? Probably not. When you're 4 years old, you know, the biggest thing you worry about is you're going to have ice cream on your way home from the supermarket or something. And if someone tells you that you were reincarnated, you're probably going to go, oh yeah, that makes sense. You believe in fucking Santa Claus. Is it going to fucking...
You had much bigger problems to worry about as a 4-year-old than the meaning of life.
And interestingly enough, 4-year-olds do seem to have the meaning of life figured out a lot better than adults do, don't they?
Right?
So, there is evidence for some form of reincarnation. Whether it's the one I described, as my own spiritual evolution is going, I'm starting to recognize that as sophisticated and good non-duality is, there's a lot more that it doesn't actually explain. It doesn't try to explain anything. Non-duality is like a good foundation. Then you got to build on that with some of these other esoteric things. Because when you do that, you start to get a more complete picture. You start to realize that, yes, all of this is illusory, but the illusion has a logic to it. Just because it's an illusion doesn't mean it's just random or a fantasy of God. It's got a logos. There is a logic to it. And it follows that logic might have something that we don't see in the material. In fact, it's a certainty. So, all right. So this idea of reincarnation, why is this important? Because all these ancient cultures understood that humanity was a work in progress as individuals and as a species and as souls. And so the more enlightened, by the way, this is the argument that the Hindus use for their stratification of the caste system and all this other shit, is that the more enlightened are incarnated into positions of power to responsibly and benevolently rule those who are newer on the path. And so they incarnate as peasants and unwashed masses that, you know, your job is to put them through this crucible that uplifts them gradually. And yeah, you get to take your delights out on them too. Fuck it. You know, it gets corrupted into that.
Such is my right as a higher power.
Right.
And also a little bit delayed on these super chats. A while back, actually, we had DK Blackschläger say, help me rise to power. Let's make this happen. Revolution a la Blackschläger, the meme king.
There you go.
Hail to you.
Just keep working on it and don't quit. And just sooner or later, you'll find that thing like I did. And you too can be a complete loser, but some people listen to you.
And also we have a super chat from Patchwork who says, how does someone remember past lives? I want to where I was in a past life. Okay, that wasn't just me.
I don't have an answer for you for that, Patchy, because on the one hand, my past life regressions were done when I was 12, 13, 14 initially, and they continued till I was in my 20s. And they were, I believe, mostly symbolic memories. That is to say, I remembered things that are just too wild that actually feed into the things I'm talking about, which there's a reason I don't talk about it, because people might take literally what was probably told through me metaphorically or allegorically or whatever. You know, there's no way to prove or disprove them, so they're just a cool story to me. But I will say this about them. When I did those regressions and I They recorded everything I said. They wrote it down. And unfortunately, every single one of those journals is gone with a few snippets of paper I found recently. They're all gone. But the gist of the story, and I'm going to remind you guys, when this stuff was being recorded through channelings, I had zero knowledge of, I didn't even know that Sumerians existed. If you said the word Sumeria to me as that kid, I thought you meant Conan, because Conan was a Sumerian. Or I thought you meant the Samaritans in the Bible. I thought it was just another way of saying that. I did not know that there was a civilization that was at the very least as old as Egypt, if not older. I did not know about the Sumerian myths, therefore. So when I tell you that I told a story that was at least metaphorically beat for beat the same as the Sumerian creation and destruction myths and all that, that wigs me out. It was different. In other words, the symbolism was maybe a little bit more anime, but the elements, the story beats, the plot points, and the symbolism was in line. So if I tell you that I had past life memories of living on a planet that was in another dimension, but in this solar system where there was a planet in between Mars and Jupiter that was destroyed, and the people who lived on that planet were the ones who ruled that planet were part dragon or something like that, and that when that planet was destroyed, they traveled here dimensionally and landed here and took over and bred with us, and that's where certain bloodlines come from. This was stuff that I was channeling, people were recording, and I had no idea. I thought it was just crazy shit. I didn't know it meant anything. Give me 30 years, I start researching Sumeria, Anunnaki, and it's pretty much the exact same story. It's just more animated up for my teenage brain. Oh, okay, we'll get to that in a second then, Patchy. When you, again, I wish I had these records. I wish some of the people that were there weren't like frenemies and shit now that I don't talk to, or dead, because I wish that I had the tangible evidence of this stuff, because it's probably the most validating thing to me is that these things happened to me, or I channeled them with no inspiration at all. They just, like, I thought I made them up or channeled them. That was the only two things it could be to me at the time. And looking back, when I see that I was channeling or making shit up that was beat for beat the Sumerian epics, the Sumerian stories, and also resonate then with so many others, I have questions. I have deep questions, and it can drive. One of the reasons that I became a skeptic was because that shit was crazy to me. It didn't make sense, including all the shit with the shadows and everything else. That was insanity fuel for me. I had to debunk it and get it out of my life, because I couldn't live in this world believing that humanity is an uplifted race that's been combined with some kind of otherworldly reptile, dragon, lizard species. And was that literal or was it metaphorical? Was it literally reptiles, or was it that was just their symbol? Was that a cultural symbol? Like we have, so many of our kings use the motif of a dragon or a lion or both. Is it like that? And we also have to remember that astrologically speaking, the symbols of those astrological signs changed over time, like Scorpio being the most changed. In antiquity, it was an eagle or a falcon, but usually an eagle.
Really?
And it became a scorpion, but it wasn't originally a scorpion. It was an eagle. When you look at the in Babylon, those statues, I forget what they're called all of a sudden, the Abzu, I can't remember what their names are, but those statues, they've got a lion body and a bull body and blah blah blah. Basically it's a what's the word for it when you got multiple animals put together?
Chimera.
A chimera. It's like a chimera, and it's got, a human face and a lion this and a bull that and eagle wings. Well, that's actually symbolic of the fixed signs of the zodiac. Because once upon a time, instead of having a scorpion tail, they had wings, eagle wings. Yamasu, thank you, Ninurta. That's it, Lamasu, Yamasu. Yes, exactly. and the Sphinx and all of these other, they're all symbolic of a lot of these same things. Why? It's all astrological. It's weird, isn't it? So maybe there was, you know, a great lizard. Well, there is the sign of Draco, isn't there? Well, there's also Kingu. In the Sumerian myths, when Tiamat was destroyed, one of the parts of that was her son Kingu was killed. And Kingu was a moon orbiting the planet Tiamat, because it was planetary in the myth. At least that's the telling that we see in the conspiracy circles, is that they was referring to a planet, not a god. But Tiamat was supposedly a planet destroyed by Marduk or the, you know, Blue Kachina or the, you know, whatever you want to call it. All these crazy things. Again, is it just a coincidence that my story was almost the same? Well, to a skeptic, yes. To me, having lived it, that's not a coincidence you want to have in your life if you want to stay sane. That you have something like that, that's enough to make you go completely crazy and start a cult like I did. Okay? So this is one of the reasons I don't talk about this, is because it's too easy to take literally, because people will hear that and go, D.H. Thorne's a reincarnated fucking dragon reptile person from Atlantis that crash landed on Earth. And
the story is much funner than the underlying truth.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but I don't want that to be the takeaway, because it's just not the world I live in. Maybe that's exactly the truth. You know, let's keep that open mind that we keep touting as important and say maybe, but let's not completely waste our energy and alienate ourselves from the current world by just assuming that it's true. You know, treat it as an interesting story and let the weird mystery be. Let it stay, keep inquiring, but be okay that it's a mystery. Be okay that it could just be a coincidence. Be okay. Don't make it so it has to be true. But that's one of the reasons I don't talk about it. There's a reason I don't talk about a lot of the supernatural shit that I see, or why I downgrade that. Sometimes it's because I'm being skeptical for a reason. Sometimes I'm being skeptical because I feel myself getting pulled into the la crazy land too much, so I revert to a more skeptical mindset. Sometimes it's because I feel like I'm under heavy psychic attack, and one of the best defenses is to go hardcore skeptic on it and go, yeah, magic is bullshit. It's just psychology, guys. It doesn't mean anything. And it's a great way, believe it or not, to like turtle up, you know, and block out negative energies. So how do you get your past life memories? I don't know. I don't think anybody really has a method that works. I think that there is a window of opportunity when you're really young to establish some questions and try not to lead your child into giving you answers. There's also, you know, when you're younger, I still think the door is more open. I think if you tried to have me do it now, I am too filled with the lore of our civilization and the arguments against it, and I would be too inclined to either not trust what I got and be bothered by it, or I would be too inclined to subconsciously or maybe even consciously elaborate or add to it or whatever, just for the points I might get publicly. That's another reason I don't play into it, because I don't want to tempt myself to basically make shit up for clicks without even meaning to. It might be subconscious. You know, there's an understanding that when you go under hypnosis, there's an eagerness to please the hypnotist. And there's a lot of, you know, one of the criticisms of it, especially when you're using it to like do alien abduction regression and shit like that, is that the person under hypnosis is really inclined to say what the hypnotist wants to hear, because they're so agreeable. That's the point. Mm-hmm. So that they'll make shit up to please the. So is that maybe? Yeah. Jojo says,
I was just about to read that comment too.
Go ahead, read it, Fleshy.
Jojo says, when I was 3, one of my parents' friends asked me if I remembered being born. I said, I was very old, and then I became very young.
I find it interesting because there was this one time when EA was talking about one of his past life memories of being in Vietnam. And I had chills go down my spine, because then I felt like maybe that's where I know you from, because I had a past life regression where I was this black guy who was killed in Vietnam. I was blown up, my leg got blown off, and I died before they could rescue me. And of course, I have a huge fucking birthmark right on my left thigh. Huge, like disfiguring almost. It looks like that would have been a nasty scar, and it's right over my femoral artery. Did my leg get blown off? Is that where I caught the shrapnel? And that is one of the things that people say, is that depending upon the nature of your death in your past life, you may bear the scars into this life, literally, not just mentally, but literally, physically. That is a possibility. Again, did I make that up in hypnosis to satisfy the person hypnotizing me based on a birthmark? I'm sure that's what the skeptic would say, and I have no argument against it. I can't deny it. But it feels true. There's a the ring of truth, there's a ring of truth to it somewhere there.
So, I think that's one of the important things. If it's personally enriching to you, roll with it.
Yeah.
That's important.
Just don't do the woke thing and demand everybody else live in your fantasy, that's all.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
There is a line there where you go, look, I think I'm a cat, but I don't expect you to think I'm a cat.
Yeah, which is why I like what you said right there, is like, and the skeptic would say this, and I have no argument for that. Like, yeah, it's enriching to me. I don't expect anybody else to believe it.
It's enriching to me, and so long as you don't think less of me for thinking that, we'll be fine. If, not to open all the social can of worms, but that's kind of my mentality about all these things that people are weird about lately. Is it's like, whether I think it's true or not, or whether I agree with your extreme or less extreme view of it, so long as your ideas aren't hurting me or requiring me to do anything, then I'm cool with you believing whatever you want to believe. And I'm not going to argue with you, and it's not my job to correct you on it unless it really affects me. And for the most part, I don't know. Like it's not something that I know. So how am I going to argue when somebody says, well, I look like a human, but I'm actually, what do they call it when when you believe that your soul is
otherkin?
That's one. No, otherkin is the broad category, which technically I'm a part of because of my vampire stuff. What is it called? The Therian or something like that, or something like that.
Oh, I don't know.
There's a word for it when you think that you're an animal incarnate as a human. I
don't know, furry?
No, but furries is like a manifestation of it, I understand, for some people. Not really though, but it can be. But anyway, yeah, so there's people who really think that they are these things, and I have my doubts, but I got to be honest with you. If you caught me 30 years ago, I would have been right there with them, because I was convinced that I was a reincarnated demonic entity that had many past lives as this and that, and I was special for it, and I really believed it, to the point where when my friend Mike, when he would introduce me to new people, he would do it like partially as a joke but partially serious. He'd be like, yo, this dude is a reincarnated demon from hell, and if you don't believe me, hang out long enough and watch him like do some crazy shit. And he was serious, but it was a joke, and I took it as a joke, but it was quite literally, a thing. So while I'm sitting here as an adult on my ivory tower of judgment looking down on people who think that they're cats, I can't, because I did the same thing, and I know why I did it, and it wasn't because I was crazy so much as I was experiencing some really, like, how's that go? Like, I've seen some really unreasonable shit lately.
You caught me at a weird time in my life.
Yeah, you caught me at a weird time in my life.
It's like you're not even judging them so much as you're judging the reflection of your past self in them.
Yeah. So I try not to, again, trust but verify, but in this case, doubt but be open to being wrong. Yeah. And again, I always lean skeptical in public, but in private, my own beliefs they'll melt the paint off the walls as to how crazy they are. But I don't necessarily live according to them, or I don't necessarily expect others to think them. I would rather keep them to myself. That's the esoteric side for me, the things I don't talk about. If you think that what I talk about is everything that I think, I mean, obviously you shouldn't think that, but if you do think that, you're crazy. If you think that I deny these things and mean it, sometimes I'm lying when I deny these things, but I'm doing it for a wise reason. I'm trying to downplay the parts that lead to insanity, because superstition is a big part of this side of philosophy, and I hate superstition. I hate it, you know, with a passion.
I hate superstition treated like dogma, like pushed on other people.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I have fucking superstitions. They're fun to have.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, exactly.
But that's all it is. It's fun.
It's fun, and sometimes when they turn out to work, you know, you gotta reevaluate, and that's why, like you just said. So keep that mind open, I think, is what the theme of this lecture chat is keep your mind open, guys. Like, but be skeptical at the same time. Like, you have to walk a tightrope with this stuff, because there's a lot of misinformation, there's a lot of lies. The government puts them out, corporations put them out, you know, academia puts them out. Like Eddie pointed out with the Air Force, like, they love the UFO shit because they can get away with murder with that shit. And so, you know, we all have to keep an open mind, but we also have to walk a tightrope with this stuff. And what's true for you may not be true for everybody else. Yes, Eddie, exactly. Who was that? That was what's his name? The musician said that. I love him. I can't think of his name.
I feel like that's been echoed so much. What Eddie said, for those of you who don't see, keep an open mind, but not so open that your brain falls out. Was that Zappa?
Yes.
It feels like, okay, I was going to say, it sounds like something Zappa would say.
Yep. I'm 99% sure that was a Zappa. Zappa was cool. I think we would have hung out with Zappa.
Man, I fucking love Zappa.
You know,
yep, it had to be Zappa. He mentioned leopard print mankinis. I never actually pulled the trigger on that poster. There should be a poster of Zappa right over there with that leopard mankini.
Yeah, you know, I mean, there is so much that, and yet these things, we would argue that it's just because it makes for good entertainment and that's why they put it in our media. But it's a little too self-contained and accurate in some cases to just be riffing off of the superstitions in myth. There's a little too much on the nose going on. You know, it's like uncanny valley in certain things. You know, obviously our pop culture is downstream from spiritual culture, but it is downstream from spiritual culture, and to the point where what is not okay in mainstream skeptical academia is okay in fiction. And these things are continued through that line and haven't died. You know, look at all your superheroes. Every single superhero, whether it's because they meant to do it or not, you know, maybe they were just inspired by the mythology. Every single superhero can be generally, you know, seen as an example of the same archetypes that made the gods and the demigods and all that. Superman and Hercules, for example, or Heracles, for example. You know, Batman and Thoth or something. You know, like there's all these people that are like that. Or Batman and Athena maybe would be a better one. So yeah.
Morgan was asking about your necklace. Is this crow energy or specific to Marbus or some other entity?
It's actually a familiar. It is actually the idol of a familiar, which I work with from time to time.
I actually misremembered that. I thought it was Marbus.
No, nope.
Okay. Well, shit. I've been gone for too long then.
Yeah, Marbus isn't a crow anyway. Marbus is a lion. So.
See, we hang out every week, and I forget this shit. Hopefully this week things work out.
So, you know, there is so much here that let's open up the chat now, especially for Fleshy, guys. Ask questions of Fleshy or talk to Fleshy a little bit. I've been like dominating everything like usual.
Oh, don't. I'm perfectly happy with him.
Ask Fleshy
Let me-
a conspiracy theory question. Like, what's a conspiracy theory that Fleshy believes in that's a little bit like much? Like what? Like, so I've been spewing what I think this whole time.
Oh,
Where on this spectrum are you compared to me? Are you more in the rational category, or are you
Oh,
just as crazy, just a different way?
dude, that's the awful part. Is I'm too fucking wiggity woo for most normal people, but then I get in a crowd like this, and I'm like the skeptic, like the hard skeptic. Nicodemus, right? Says Patchwork.
Yeah, that's the familiar. Yep.
Yep. See, he knows.
Yeah, Patchy's been following for a while. He knows.
But yeah, no, a lot of this stuff I find very fun. You know, it's very fun and I like enriching myself with it. But at the end of the day, man, I would love the earth to be hollow. I want to go to Agartha so bad. I want to eat the bee. I want to climb those trees. I don't actually think it's a place there, man.
Well, remember, symbolism is everything, especially in antiquity, because you can say a lot with symbolism that you can't say with words.
Mm-hmm.
And symbolism also allows you to layer multiple layers of meaning. The literal one is almost never the one you're supposed to take away. You know, like Genesis. If you read that literally, it's bullshit. If you read it symbolically, it makes a whole lot more sense.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have a problem.
And Revelations as well.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. And we do have to look at these things with the ability to, like, this is why it's so important to learn your symbolism and your correspondences and your occult meanings and shit. Because when you do, you start to see through the symbols and you stop taking them so literally, and you get those extra layers of meaning. And, you know, so for example, the importance of the sun and the moon. Look at the deities that are associated with them, and look at how these things are utilized, especially going back far enough. The sun has always been equated to what the Neoplatonist types would call the monad. It is that which is shining the light of consciousness. It is that which shines the illumination. It is that which shines, which is the God. Then the moon is consciousness, or that which is conscious. It is the experience of consciousness. So the moon is illuminated by the divine. So it is what the divine witnesses, is the moon. This is why Zen says Zen is a finger pointing at the moon, because the moon symbolically means consciousness. Why did they say the moon and not the sun? Why did Zen say the moon, not the sun?
On the one hand, that feels like really reading into the metaphor, but it also makes a lot of sense. Like,
It's not because if you ask a hardcore Zen Buddhist, they know. They would say yes, because the moon symbolizes consciousness, because it's a reflection. It is the illumined thing. It is that thing which is illuminated. Or the act of illumination. So
it sounds so convincing. It's right. Going back on everything I said, it's right.
Well, I mean, it is. And this is why, if you look at the chakra system, for some reason in modern New Age yoga pants nonsense, they've got it all wrong. They put Mars at the root, and they put Venus as the sacral, and they put the sun as the solar plexus, and the heart is, I forget. And then you get Jupiter is like usually the third eye, and Saturn's the crown, or vice versa. I think it's vice. I think Saturn's the third eye and Jupiter is the crown. It is absolutely just nonsense. That's completely wrong. The only reason it made any sense at all was because they put the solar plexus where the word soul, sun. So they go, oh, that must be the sun. No, it's actually traditionally it's supposed to go from Saturn to Jupiter to Mars to Venus, the heart, Mercury, the moon, and the sun. When you put it in that order, it makes total sense. It's no longer just convenient like correspondence. It makes total sense, because when we incarnate, we go from the solar down to the most material that there is, up back to the solar again. So we go from the monad, the sun, down. We become more and more conscious, reflective, and then more physical until we hit the great mortality deity, which is Kronos or Saturn or Moloch or whatever, the deity of harvest and time and the not death in the like it is death, but the god of harvest or terminalness, of mortality. This is why Saturn and the Ouroboros, like the final boss of your mortality is Saturn, right? This is why Jupiter had to defeat Saturn, not Venus or something. Jupiter had to defeat death. He had to become immortal. He had to realize he was the god. So all of these symbols we've taken literally. You of course it doesn't make sense, and that's what science does. You notice science takes the mythology very literally. Even the anthropological academics take it way too literally. It was never, yes, the farmer in the fields maybe took it literally too, but the priests in the temple did not take it literally, and certainly not the ones who ran the temples, the high priests, the way deep mystery school guys. They didn't believe the mythology as literal. That was just a convenient metaphor, and they used it to control civilization and to explain things for them, and that's all they did. But they had a completely different, deeper understanding of it, to a degree that it's not even, it is like a breakaway species. It is so different to the mystery school people than it is to the average plebe that it's not even, you can't even, dude, it's like it's like the average idiot that has an iPhone versus someone who programs for a living. Like that's the level of difference. You know, it's like when you're telling me when you're telling me about computer shit and I'm like, right, I thought I knew computer shit. And I do for the average plebe, but you know way more than I do. So it's like, maybe not the hardware, but you definitely know the programming part better than I do. So it's,
I know
it's like that.
I know a scary amount compared to the average person. And then you have somebody like Worgen who just like knows a scary amount to me. Just, it gets deep fast.
It does. And the computer sciences are an occult mystery of their own these days. They're really becoming one. You have anything that has to do with science and technology, it's becoming its own religion in a lot of ways. Maybe not in the spiritual sense, but in the comparative sense,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everybody, does little rituals to the server before they leave on vacation.
That part, isn't there? There is that. Wasn't even thinking that, but yeah, when you put it that way. I mean, especially
I was thinking very boots on the ground there.
Yeah. Well, especially if you're a Gen X kid, you all remember this. You all remember that. Okay. And that didn't do shit, but we swore it did.
No fucking bullshit. This is my own superstition, but there was a sequence that you had to do with the cartridge to get it to work.
Mm-hmm. And it depended on your NES, because mine, you couldn't just put it in all the way. You couldn't slam it home. You actually had to insert the tip and it had to be just connected enough to make the connection. And then you pressed it into your NES in such a way that little edge on the cartridge would push it in that last little bit that was the perfect amount to get the connectors to work. Because if you went too far, somehow it moved off of the sensitivity it needed, man. What a world.
I miss that.
I do too, man. It's not as much fun. Look, my PlayStation was one of the original PlayStations. My before we had PlayStation 1 or PlayStation X, I had one of the first models to come off the line. Like, I got it the year it came out. And at some point after several years, mine developed the flaw where you had to flip it upside down in order for it to work. So you had to take your whole PlayStation, because the screw on the laser or whatever was fucky. So you had to flip it upside down so that the weight would pull it would pull the sensor in the right place or something. It wouldn't work otherwise. I had to turn it. I don't know how I figured that out, but I did. It's pretty funny.
Hey, Morgan says he's late to the party, but did you cats talk about how we shot a missile into the moon?
Yep. Already done. Rewind the tape.
I've seen the footage. Yeah.
Seen the footage. Hey, it's not like you can't. It's not like it's hidden. It's definitely up there. I mean, that's not even getting into the alien structures on the dark side of the moon shit. That is a valid question when you wonder why, even though they have high res photos, they're very, you know, stingy with them. Why don't they show them, especially in these questionable structures? I'm not even saying that they're fucking buildings there. I'm just saying, why aren't you showing? Like, alleviate our fucking craziness. At the very least, fucking Photoshop them and fucking release them as high res so that we think it's nothing. You know, why? It's like stupid to not show it. I'm sure they've got some valid excuse, like, oh well, this is from this thing, and blah, blah, and we don't want people to know what the blah. I don't know. They got some reason for it. But.
Like the solution they took just seems so lazy. It's like, is this a double blind? Like, what's going on here?
Yeah, and Morgan just pointed out, yeah, so many NASA people have come out and admitted to airbrushing them out. And it's obvious because there are some photos where we do have a before and after. And you go, why did they do that? Why is this here and why is that, you know, why is this one in the Wikipedia page and that one's not? So there is some memory holing going on. Is that because we've put things there? Do we have bases there? Did we really only go there a couple times and never go back? And then why? Well, there is the question of what's the point in going back if it's just a big rock in space? I get it, you know. But we go back to space anyway, but we don't. What do we get from the ISS besides some cool propaganda? You know what? I know we do experiments there, but are these experiments worth the bazillions of dollars we spend to put something like that there? I mean, you know, speaking from my heart, yes, but speaking as a pragmatist, no. Space exploration is one of the most wasteful things that we do. I'm not saying we don't get returns for it. We obviously do. It's just being a penny pincher type. If I was being that person, space exploration, there's other ways to spend that money that give you a better return, is what I'm saying.
I was almost going to like be devil's advocate and poke you a little bit because it sounded, up until the last sentence, sounded like you were going back on your previous point. Like, why do these things get funding, but just the other research, like research for research sake, doesn't? Yeah, no. Pragmatically, all research is good, more or less.
Yeah, but
there's some research that is very unethical.
And some research is worth more and some is worth less. And so it's really a hard question that the average person has a right to ask. Why didn't we go back? Why don't we have, for example, a little remote control RV that you can connect to? Why doesn't Elon Musk or somebody put a little RV that you can drive around on the moon? Why are we so, I know we have them, you know, China's done them. But why don't we have more access to this stuff? Why isn't it a bigger deal? Is it just because the moon is boring? I don't think the moon's boring. It's literally like amazing that we can go there and we don't. Like, okay, there's this spot, right, on Earth called Point Nemo that supposedly no one's ever gone to. Or if they have, it's only been like a few people have ever gone there. But I don't think anyone's ever even gone there. According to what I read, when I tried to look up and see if anybody's ever been there, the only answer I get is that the closest people come is in the space station, because occasionally they fly over it. So the closest you can get there is like, you know, whatever altitude that's at. But my beef with this is, you know, we have Point Nemo on Earth, and we've never gone there, supposedly. And yet that's of interest, you know, like we'll do studies there and everything. And we've got the moon that we can get to, and we don't go there. So we can get there, but we don't. It's all a bunch of, you know, questions. Morgan, that's totally not true about the Van Allen belts. I'll let Eddie explain that one to you. But the idea that you can't go there because the Van Allen belts, that's another one of those. That's an overblown excuse. Yes, when the radiation's bad, it can take years off your life, but it's not a fucking microwave that kills you like after a few minutes. That's nonsense. We've absolutely been to the moon. My friend, one of my best friends, his father literally has photographs of the moon from the moon with people that you've never seen, because he worked on the program that got us there and has more top secret clearances than anybody I know. So we did go to the moon. The only question that I have is not did we go to the moon or not, it's when did we go to the moon? Was Apollo 11 the first landing, or did they land, or was that one faked and then the other ones were real? I'm inclined to believe that they probably double dipped. They probably faked it and went. They probably had some fake shit just in case stuff went wrong or went crazy. It would be irresponsible for them not to, in fact. It makes more sense that they did shoot a moon landing that was fake and then use some parts of that to fill in some gaps and to do other stuff. So we, yes, my friend was involved from the beginning, Morgan. You've met him at least on internet, Fleshy. It's my friend Charles. His father, I mean, major part of Grumman and everything else. So he knew shit about the moon landings that you don't hear. And if you go to him and say we didn't go there, he's liable to punch you, because it's a major part of pride for them. They went. Okay,
I can understand that.
Yeah, it's a major thing for him. He built the damn rockets that landed there. You know, he was one. I forget which motor it was. I think it was the main ascent motor, or was it the descent motor? I can't remember, on the LEM that they built. So he was one of the major people that was involved with that. Not the person who invented it per se, but he was an important guy. We'll just put it that way. So he's got photographs. Like you can go to the house and he'll pull out these manila envelopes, and there's photographs of them, you know, on the moon that weren't released to the public, mainly because it wasn't that they were secretive. It was mainly because they were like B-roll shit. So he's got B-roll photos from the moon you're not going to see that were clearly not faked. There's no way that they're fucking faked. That's not to say they didn't fake some of it. It's just that we went. We definitely went. We landed. But did we stop going, really? Or did we go more than we said we did? How many times have we been to the moon? Did Apollo 13 really have a problem, or was this some kind of, you know, we won't know. We'll never know. I don't think that, I will say this much, that there's only so much you can fake before the amateur astronomers would be able to figure it out. You know what I mean? There's only so much you can fake. Right now, our telescopes can't quite resolve the moon landing sites, but we can resolve them enough that there are things there that look like what we would expect to see if we really landed there. You can see the bottom of it. It's not crystal clear. It's like a couple pixels, but you can see it. And people would say, oh, well, that was a robot we landed. All right. I mean, if you want to think that, but that was also decades before we really had robots that were sophisticated enough to pull that off that way. You could have a robot orbiting the planet, sure. But at least what we knew about, I mean, of course they could have hidden technology. Maybe they have like super advanced robots in the 50s. I don't know. You know, but again, you start adding more assumptions on it, it becomes too irrational to accept. Fleshy said, if the Mile High Club is so good, imagine how good the Moon High is. Oof. You got to be careful when you're doing it on the moon, because, you know, you're liable to like, so like imagine you're doing the cowgirl position or something.
Ow.
You know, could you imagine like, or what is it called? The Amazonian missionary position. So imagine you're doing that and like, you get a little rebound, you just go shooting off into the air. That's kind of what you got to watch out for. You got to strap yourselves together is what I'm getting at. It's very bouncy.
I think you missed the context for that. Well, you got the context, but that was in response to Jen asking, did anyone jerk off on the moon? That's what I want to know.
I guarantee it. I can't imagine they didn't.
I would.
Right? I would. That might be the first. Dude, I'm just going to say this like this. If you, me, and like some other, if just you and me, because it was a 2-man, you know, landing crew. If you and I landed on the moon, I'd be like, no one is ever going to know about this. You turn that way, I turn this way, put your headphones on, and I'll wipe up mine, you wipe up yours, and don't touch me. But this is happening because we're on the moon, and it's got to happen once.
Yeah, what happens on the moon stays on the moon.
Right, and the fucking napkin or sock is going out the airlock at the end because I want somebody to find that shit in a million years when we go there again and be like, oh my god, we could reincarnate this person using their DNA off of this sock.
When it's just cryogenically frozen in the vacuum of space, they reincarnate you millions of years from now in like your most shame wankful moment. No, it wouldn't even be a shame wank. It would be a glory wank. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, Morgan, I totally disagree. Again, you'd have to talk. You'd have to talk to my friend. He says, "I don't know."
What the fuck is your problem?
Morgan's funny, man. I like Morgan. That's a great comment.
And I don't know. We just got different adventures, I guess.
I mean, I think it's weird if you won't do it, honestly. Like, I think it's weirder that you wouldn't. Like, what?
Do you not respect the moon?
Like, yeah. Like, what the hell?
You think the moon is not good enough for your moon seed?
I mean, come on, man. Like, literally, come on.
One giant thrust for mankind.
You're lucky if I'm not jerking off the whole ride. Forget just when I land. You're lucky if I can take my hand off of my dick the whole time I'm shooting into space, okay? I'm just being honest. I don't know if I would or not, but I can see me doing it just to be like, yeah, I'm going to space.
So what are they going to do? You going to stop me? Do you see any cops around?
Yeah, right? Can you imagine that being on your fucking, going on the map because of that one? Why, I'm, excuse me, but I'm required by law to notify you that I'm moving into your neighborhood. I am a convicted sex offender. And what I did was I jerked off on the moon in front of everybody.
Oh, dude, high five.
Like, right?
You got any hand sanitizer?
Would you even be ashamed of that one? No, I would probably put a little post-it on my shoulder. Hi, my name is DH Thorne. I'm in trouble because I jerked off on the moon in front of everybody. Like, I don't see that as being a sin.
I would get t-shirts made of it.
Exactly.
Like, I don't want a tombstone, but that's what I would need to do to warrant a tombstone for like people to remember me.
Hey Morgan, look up the chimpanzee with the frog, and that'll tell you how advanced we are.
Oh Jesus!
Yeah,
don't do it. But
well, totally do it, but not if you're underage. Don't do it. It is funny though.
How did you just make me the shoulder angel?
I don't know, but I did. Eddie says, "What about helicoptering on the moon?" In fact, I am going to say that honestly, only people who can helicopter should go to the moon, at least initially speaking. I cannot helicopter. I can sort of Oscar Mayer wiener wiggle like up there. I couldn't at least not when normal. Not when excited. I'm too hard to do it, and when I would be capable of it, it would be more like wiggling a pig's tail around. It wouldn't really do much. It would be kind of embarrassing.
And before anybody goes, oh, DH is trying to exclude women from the moon. No, it means you need to have big enough strap energy to a helicopter on Luna.
I'm talking about the men here. Women, whatever. If I say anything, people are going to get offended. I'm only allowed to speak about men. So women, you come up with your own fucking litmus test. But I would probably say that your cheeks have to be capable of clapping would probably be, at least one of the requirements would probably be that. That's a joke, guys. Relax. I'm not even into that. Or am I?
Why do I feel like NASA would, if they were watching, is probably going to get more offended about this segment than all the shit that we spoke about Hollow Moon?
Mm-hmm. This is what gets us in trouble, is the jerking off on the moon. Jen says, I'm glad to have contributed to this. Thank you, Jen. I will give you credit for at least being a part of that. Absolutely. And Shrieking Violet says, jerk off and leave it behind. Isn't this how future space horror movies start? I think that's how the thing got started. I think that when Kurt Russell was running from the Thing, it was actually an alien spooge that was left behind in the Arctic.
It was just, what's that quote from Stalker, the franchise? Never mind. A
Eddie's now
galaxy side
wondering-
picnic? I don't know.
Eddie's wondering about the physics of a cock slap on the moon. I would say it's probably not much of anything special. I would like to know like what the range of a moon jizz is. Like, you know, I mean, we've all had a record shot, you know, I'm sure like everyone can be like, hey, I remember this one time I pissed or what would it be on the moon? Like, what do you think the longest squirt distance on the moon would be? And how many twinks and gay guys would you have to get around in a circle to find out? Like shooting it. Come on, guys. Entertain the conversation.
I would want to see that become an Olympic event purely because I want to see if somebody could make it orbit. Like if it could leave the atmosphere.
What I think, what was it? Asimov had this story, The Monster from Earth, and it's this story about this girl that goes to the moon, where this girl gets jealous because the guy that she's in love with gets a crush on her or something. But one of the scenes in this story was they all lived in these moon bases, and they had these subterranean caves that were hollowed out, and they were huge. Like they were like the size of a stadium, right? Like a big stadium, like Madison Square Garden or something. And the inside was set up with perches and all these kinds of things. And you could rent wingsuits that could let you fly like a literal bird because of the lunar gravity is so low that you wouldn't even need huge wings and your own muscles would be strong enough. So you could literally fly like a bird without any fear, you know? And so I can imagine, you know, jerknasiums perhaps on the moon where instead of like your circle jerk being really close to each other, you could go, you know, like a good 50 feet away maybe. And you know, you could have time to dodge that shit if you wanted. But
DK Blackschlegger says Chaos Magic Olympics 2024.
Listen, I think all of us magicians need to get together and do some magic to make something like this happen. Like get a moon base going for black magicians where we I'm not saying I'd participate in that. I might do it once. Like I said, I would do it at least once because that's just so epic of a moment. You know, it's so ironically funny that I would have to do it. It would be gross and weird, but I would have to just to say, like the first fart on the moon, the first jizz on the moon, the first dump on the moon, you know, like, you know, look, I would love to sit down and ask them off the record who has the first initial jizz shot on the moon. I'd love to know. Would it be
Imagine that being the thing that Buzz Aldrin punches you for.
Well,
those were supposed to be secrets.
Speaking of Buzz, he is on camera many times saying they never landed on the moon, but of course he denies that that's what he meant, but whatever. Yeah. But there's a long history of Buzz going off the rails and saying the quiet parts out loud when it comes to conspiracy theory shit. Like, I will point out one thing though. All right. This was in that video I sent you. I don't know if you watched it all the way through enough to catch this part, but there was a part that really hit home. As a sensitive person who can read emotions and shit really well, when he pointed out that when they did their first interview after coming back from the moon, how they all looked really uncomfortable.
Yeah, I did pick that up. I was not actually watching it, but I was listening to the entire thing. I did finish it.
Like that wasn't just somebody misinterpreting their body language. It was, I could see into them. They were really uncomfortable. Isn't a good enough word. They were uncomfortable. Like they were told that if they say the wrong thing, people are going to get killed or something. Like they were uncomfortable, nervous, but it wasn't like I'm on camera nervous. They just landed on the moon on camera. They weren't nervous that they were on camera. There was something wrong. And you could say, well, they were feeling ill or whatever. Yeah, they were so incredibly uncomfortable. I don't think that they were lying about landing there. I don't think that's it. That's not what my gut tells me. My gut tells me they were lying or hiding something about the moon or something that shook them up. And you do recall that there was a moment there where they reported things that didn't make it to the main records or whatever. Like they said that they saw flashes, which they explain. There's an explanation for that, which is rational, which is probably true. But there was other things like hearing voices and other weird shit that don't make sense. And
all that redacted tape.
A lot of redacted shit that is something going on. Did they encounter life there? Did they encounter aliens there? Did they encounter evidence of stuff there? you know, we only have access to what the camera pointed at, and it's not like they had a 360 full featured high def, you know, live stream going on. They had very targeted and focused camera work that was on what they were doing. You know, look, it's fair to question. Does that mean that they saw something? No. Is it fair to question? Yes, it is. It's absolutely fair to question it. You know, so what did they learn? What did they find out? Where did it come from? Maybe they were just ill. It is possible they were in quarantine for a while. Maybe when they gave this interview, they were still, you know, you spend a week in space, you get a head cold for a little while. Like that's a commonly known thing. Go ask any. Yes.
And not for nothing too, but they just got out of, you know, I believe what you're saying, but credit due, they're now on Earth gravity again. They just got done, or how fucking long being in 0G microgravity?
About 2 weeks, if I remember right, a week to 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's got to be a big shakeup on your body.
And you're shitting in the, like you're living in, look, my grandfather's party van had more space in it than these things did. You know what I mean? Like take your little half bathroom that you use, right? So like most people's houses have like 1.5 bathrooms. Take your half bathroom. That's what the space they had to live in. 3 people, you know, for weeks. So yeah, yeah. But I agree with Morgan. I think that this was more than that. I think it was way more than just, I went to the moon and I'm fucked up, you know.
Yeah, and as somebody who did not see them, like to read the body language, like I could read the body language through their voice. Like they were audibly shaking.
So yeah, you could rationalize it, but again, my internal truth is they were fucked. Something fucked them in the head. And what was it? You know, maybe the moon is hollow. Maybe it was put there by aliens. Maybe the secret history of humanity is so insane that even if we saw it, we wouldn't believe it because it's too crazy. I am open to that possibility. I lean towards the fleshy side of it, maybe not as much as Fleshy does, but I definitely lean skeptical on it all. But I am open to the possibility, especially with the things that I'm learning lately, especially things that I'm learning about the mystery schools and secret societies and shit that they teach and believe, that makes me question a lot of things that we take for granted as true. It wouldn't be the first time that the powers that be lied to us to keep us in line. And it's not the last.
Oh no. I think that's until we evolve into different fucking brains or something, that's just a part of the human condition that I am afraid is going to continue.
Actually, Morgan, I'm gonna pick a bone with that comment. He says, why is the moon at the exact distance and size to form a perfect eclipse? The odds of that are 0. It's absolutely not 0%. Because if you go with the impact creation theory, that it was created by an impact from another planetoid early on in the Earth's development. And they know, because they have other ways of testing this, the moon hasn't always been in that position. The moon is slowly moving away from us. What is it, 6 feet per year or something like that? Or 6 feet a century or something like that? I forget.
I don't.
Probably Google it quick,
yeah, but it is one of those things where it no longer like truly forms a perfect eclipse.
And it will not do it for much longer, at least in geological timescales. So if you go back to like the time of the dinosaurs, it wasn't a perfect eclipse. It was bigger than the sun. And if you go forward a few 100,000 years, I forget how many, it will instead be a ring. So it is no 0 odds. There's actually 100% odds that it would do that, if the story is correct that it was from this impact or one of these similar things. So this is another one of those examples where it is logical to assume that maybe it was put there for that reason, maybe. And I totally, that still may be the case. So when I say I'm poo-pooing what you're saying, I'm not saying that that's impossible. I'm just saying that that it is impossible for it to have done it the natural way, that is untenable. That can be disproven in about 2 clicks on the internet, and it's not even controversial because we can test it. You can test it just by measuring the time delay between a laser signal off the reflector to you, or do it over a decade. You'll see a discrepancy, and it will show you that it has moved a little bit. If you have people do it all the time, amateur astronomers ping the fucking moon all the time.
Also, so apparently 4 centimeters per year.
4 centimeters per year. If they say that, you can measure it. Like, they wouldn't just tell you that and be lying. That is such an easy thing to debunk if it's not true. An amateur scientist with the right setup wouldn't even have to be that important or special, could do it. So, but for humans, it has been in that range. And then I wonder, is that intentional? It could be. I mean, it's fair to wonder. That's true. You know, do I think it is? Probably not. But it would fit if it was an artificial satellite. And I don't want to close the door on that question. So I will put in the hierarchy of possibility. I will say flat Earth is total bullshit. Hollow moon, just being a hollow for some reason, doesn't have to be anything weird, I think is a fair way of describing it when you understand what it's doing. Is it hollow? When we say the moon is hollow, that doesn't necessarily mean aliens or some supernatural thing did it. It's just, it is unusual. We didn't expect it. Let me give you another example of a hollow moon, shall we? Go to Jupiter or Saturn and look at these ice moons that are out there. Those are hollow moons by the same token. That's kind of what they are. You have a watery core with an ice surface. In effect, it's similar in that sense to a hollow moon because it is different. Now, of course, ice and water are different, where, you know, water is denser than ice, so you would actually say that it's not hollow, but you get my point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jen, it actually could be. So again, when we say hollow, we're not saying that it's like literally empty space in the middle. We're saying that the most rational interpretation of that statement is that it's like pumice on the inside. It's got a lot of empty space in it that's probably trapped up in the density of the material that's in there. So you probably have voids, probably big caves, probably all kinds of shit.
It's like an aerogel.
Yeah, it's like an aerogel or something, or like a honeycomb or something. But no, it's actually, again, if you compare what the moon's gravitational mass and everything should be to what it is actually the Earth is denser, which is part of the puzzle of the moon. If it is part of the Earth once upon a time, why is the Earth denser? And it is a little bit weird. We do expect that the moon to be more gravitationally strong than it is, but it's still plenty strong to cause the tides. There's no question.
Yeah, which off some of the like cursory research I was doing, like they're pointing at it has a much larger mantle by comparison than the Earth, and a very dense but small core, the very thin outer crust.
And supposedly the core of the moon is inactive, it's dead, but yet there's tectonic shit going on. In fact, the moon has a strange click that happens every couple seconds. But that's possibly to do with the Earth and the tidal forces, because the Earth gets this weird rhythm from it too. In fact, that's one of the theories about the pyramids, is that the reason that they worked was because of the moon exerting gravitational vibrations, causing it to wiggle in a way that caused electricity. But that also opens up the question, did we put the moon there for that purpose? I don't think so, but it would be pretty wild. As for the magnetic core and all that stuff, you know, there's something people don't realize, is that our own planet's core should not be magnetized because it's a liquid. Liquids degauss, like, you know, ask Eddie. Molten materials are, if you take iron and heat it up, it loses its magnetism. Like it loses its magnetic quality. Once it hits, that's how you know that it's actually hot enough to do stuff with, is when it when it loses its magnetization. So like when you're forging a sword, you're heating it up, yes, when it's bright red, you know it's hot enough, but you can also test it by trying to touch it with a magnet. If a magnet is no longer attracted to it, it's hot enough to be worked correctly as a blade steel. So the core of the earth being iron, but as in a superheated plasmatic state, you know, should not have its own. I don't know how they explain it. They have some reason why it makes sense, but it's not that it's magnetic. It's that I think because of the way it moves is their argument, that that's what causes the magnetism. But there are some people who say that the Earth's magnetic core is only magnetic because of the sun, that the sun's magnetism is inducing a magnetism in the iron core, much like it does in real life. If you take a really strong magnet and take a little metallic object and put it close enough to, it doesn't have to be touching. Like, you've probably done this experiment when you were a kid, where you take a magnet and a pin and you touch them together, and the pin becomes magnetic, and you can pick stuff up. I mean, while it's still touching it, you get a strong enough magnet, they don't actually have to touch for that effect to happen. So that's, I don't know. Jen says the moon is fake propaganda. Love it.
That sounds like the counter propaganda for TikTok or something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, are you reading the thing from DK?
I looked, yeah. You can read it.
Yeah, he says, what are your thoughts on sacred geometry? Pyramids, long lat lines, diameter of the moon, etc.?
That is one of those things where it's a mix of yes and no for me. I can't just sign on to all of those things. However, I will point out that the ancients' mind was built out of correspondence. That is to say, their idea of reality appears to be embedded in their understanding of correspondence, microcosm and macrocosm. So look at your Hermetic principles. If we assume that the Hermetic principles come to us out of a really ancient philosophy from probably Egypt, this is probably true. I don't know how far back, but it probably goes way back to maybe even Atlantis. Probably, you know, that's what they say. The mythology of Egyptian lore that is not accepted by the mainstream, but was always built into it, at least if you read Plato and all these other characters. It was Atlantis was, you know, Egypt was a colony of Atlantis, and when Atlantis fell, Egypt was the remnants came to Egypt, and all of this shit. That is one of the stories that is told, retold, butchered, ruined, broken, but may have a grain of truth in it. So it is, and Hermes was supposedly the Atlantean, you know, Thoth and Hermes, basically the Atlantean at one point. So there is that element there. So the ancient world was built to a great degree about correspondences. And when they say correspondences, they meant what we mean by the word microcosm versus macrocosm. That is to say, in all things is all things, like a holographic, you know, fractal, basically. And this is how they understood the human body, how they understand the heavens, is that they are the same thing, but the human body is a microcosm of the cosmos, the macrocosm. So for them, sacred geometry is just an extension of that understanding. They realized that there was something wiggy about certain mathematical points and shapes and things of that nature. And I will give you one clue as to why it's a valid approach, and that is, for example, the concept of a perfect circle, or a perfect any shape, but specifically a circle in particular. You cannot create, generate, or find in the material world. There is nothing in our material world that is a perfect circle. It just doesn't exist. You can't make one, you can't find one. The closest you can get is something spherical in nature, like a field, like the inverse square law of light, but even that doesn't hold up, because presumably if space is distorted by way of relativity and the warping effect of space via gravity, the light doesn't actually form a perfect sphere as it emerges. It actually has ripples on its edge. So there is nothing in nature that is a perfect circle. Yet we have a mathematical concept of a perfect circle, and our concept of that perfect circle includes an ineffable quality, which is the infinity of pi. We can't understand it, yet it's there. So the ancient Pythagoreans didn't like infinity. In fact, they hated the concept of infinity. They thought infinity was a blasphemous, evil number. And this is one of the reasons why they were probably triggered by, you know, the nature of pi. They thought whole numbers were the only things that were real.
So,
yes.
Is that true? Like, I can believe that everybody just whole numbers are just easier to work with. Fuck it. Nope, a number has a fixed point.
According to my research, they were not okay with infinity. Most classical philosophers, especially like Pythagorean, were not okay with infinity. Not even they considered it an evil number, and they did not accept that the universe could be infinite. They believed that the universe was rational and whole. Now, they might have said that the divine was like an infinite thing, but they did not believe that the material world was, at the very least. So you will note that their concept of number was very different than what we think of as mathematics. For them, they weren't talking about the notation of number. They weren't talking about that. They were talking about something intangible. They were talking about something that was a spiritual truth, something that was about relationships. The number one doesn't hold any meaning to them the way it does to us. When we think of the number one, we think of that's the first thing.
Mm-hmm.
To a Pythagorean, the number 3 is the first real thing. Because up to that point, you only have parts of this is where the whole idea of the Trinity comes in. And it didn't start there. That was their understanding of the Trinity. The Trinity exists all the way back to the first cultures of humanity. But the Trinity as we think of it today, or in the Pythagorean sense, 3 was the first real thing. So 3 was actually the number 1 in the material sense.
3 was the first.
3 was so you have 1, 1, 2. You talk about the Fibonacci sequence. You have 1, which is the monad, the all, the infinite, as we would say it. They wouldn't say it that way. They have the 1, then they have the reflection of the 1. Then they have the 2 of those ones taken together. That's the 2. Then that doesn't give you reality though. So let me give you a more practical in the moment understanding. I want you to think about your concept of left and right. In order for you to have a concept of left and right, you can't just have left and right. You need to have something in the middle to give reference to the left and the right.
Mm-hmm.
If you have only left and right, you don't have left and right, you have here and there. It's not left and right. So this is why reality in the material sense is formed out of 3. That's why 3, 6, and 9, big deal numbers, because they imply the Trinity in its own microcosmic, macrocosmic fractal nature, sort of just piling on itself to make reality as we understand it. And there's more to it than that too, by the way. That's just one.
Oh yeah, I'm sure this is very truncated.
Yeah. And I'm not big into math, but I do like this kind of stuff because it's not like equations, which that is a form of math, yes. But when they were talking about math, they were talking about the logos, they were talking about the logic, they were talking about the relationships, which I'm actually very good at. So I'm very logical. I'm just not very good at mathematics because I have like dyslexia when it comes to math equations. I mean it. When I tested with an IQ probably in the 140s or at least high 130s, math was never easy for me. I have very high intelligence in logic, in reason, in emotional intelligence, in arts, in reading, but when you ask me to do mathematical equations, I literally have a form of dyslexia, I'm pretty sure. I never got, but back then they didn't know what it was, so I probably didn't get tested for it and figured out. But when I look at a math equation, so it's not that I don't understand the formula, it's just that I can't get it to happen right. Mm-hmm. When you show me a mathematical formula, I can learn to understand your mathematical formula. But when I try to process it as mathematics and come up with a result, I get it wrong every time to the point where it got so frustrating that I stopped trying to learn it. So I got bad at math, if that makes sense. It wasn't that I couldn't understand it. It's that I couldn't get it to result in something. I could memorize your equations and all of that shit. But the minute I tried to plug it into math, I mean, into application, I couldn't do it, and so I just gave up. And this counts even when I'm adding numbers. You can ask my wife when we'll be on the truck counting shit. I can't count. You know? Like I literally lose count easily. Like I can't keep track of numbers at all. I have to write numbers down. I can't keep track of them in my head.
As that is a completely different skill. As somebody who deals with math constantly, doing fucking, CAD programming.
Mm-hmm.
You don't remember numbers. That's That's fucking robot work.
Using math on a computer isn't hard. Like I can program. You'd be thinking, oh, how could you program if you're bad at math? Well, logic is the soul of math. If this, then that. Adding, subtract. The logic of math is easy for me. That's a piece of cake. It's executing it as an equation that I'm not good at all. So, Jen says, what is it?
It's common in the neurodivergent
dyscalculia.
spectrum.
Dyscalculia. Yeah, calculia. I believe it. I mean, my father actually was really bad at math, and they said he had something, and maybe even called it that, but he wasn't. He was incapable of doing math. He struggled with math, like really bad. I mean, my dad's not known as like a really intelligent person, by the way, but he's not like dumb either. But yeah, I may have inherited that from him, because I remember when I was a kid and I couldn't get math. My grandmother started having like panic attacks over like, oh my god, it's like his father. Like, relax. I'm not good at math. That's all. Yeah. So, but math, not the notation of it, not even the mathematics of it, but the logic of math and the occult absolutely go, elbow to elbow. Like they're not really separable entirely. Because mathematics, but here's the deal, okay? The mistake that a lot of people make is to assume that this means that the divine is mathematical, that somehow the divine is itself numerical, mathematical, or logical in that way. The reality is that what we perceive of as mathematics and logic is a shadow of a higher reality that in our perception seems to be patterned like that logic. My point is this: let's take the value of infinity, shall we? Just humor me for a minute and just think of infinity as a number, which you can't do, but just pretend. Imagine an infinite number line stretching from 0 to infinity. Inside that number line, there's going to be numbers that have a rational sequential nature that can equate to computer programs or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then you can have sequences of numbers that, when cut out, also make no sense, that don't equate to anything. They're just gibberish numbers. In that context, math itself can be found. That is to say, in an infinite potentiality of the divine, mathematics would only be part of that. Something that is irrational is also part. It's also there. If you have rationality, you must also, by definition of a non-dual sense, must also have irrationality. If you have logos, you must have the opposite of logos as well. So mathematics is absolutely part of the divine, but to say that the divine itself is mathematical flies in the face of every mystical understanding, because you cannot define or understand the divine. It is ineffable. If you can say that the divine is mathematical, you've just defined it and you've just invalidated what is already established as true. And it's not arguable. You cannot argue that the divine is rationalized. Like, you can rationalize the divine, but the divine is not rational.
I like that.
Yes, Worgen, it is I believe it is this is a belief / gnosis. Like, I don't believe it like, oh, I think. I mean, I believe it in that, like, in my pursuits, my Gnostic pursuits, when you encounter the divine, it is not mathematical, but mathematics is in it. And it is, so sacred geometry, going back to the point, sacred geometry is definitely a valid approach. but it's its own mythology. You don't need sacred geometry. You can just do it with the relationships between the archetypes of the gods, or the various platitudes of you know, spiritual symbolism. It doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and each one of those has a meaning. You can, and there's a reason it works. And in fact, I love the base 10 numerology stuff. Like everything from 1 to 10 fits really well in Magic. Once you start going into like the angel numbers with like 444 means this and 269, and I'm not saying it doesn't mean all that. Like if you do planetary squares, it's trippy, but it's also not necessary to go all that far. It's really not, in my opinion. You know, that's Magic as technology stuff, and that's fine. That's a valid area of study. It's just that's not where I'm aimed at. I'm not interested in that personally.
So we got a super chat from DK Blackschlegger. Says, let's create a private group of skilled magicians where we can nerd out to combine all these magic, science, math, music elements. L. Blackschlegger.
So you mean turn the clock back about 500 or 300 or 200 years, hang out with Newton? Thank you, honey. I might have just got to it. I don't know. Because Fleshy just read one. Yeah, you're kind of saying let's go back to the old alchemist days. Yeah, I don't disagree. I think they still do it.
You know, if I wanted to be one of those YouTubers, I could totally turn it into a plug of like, well, join our Discord where.
Yeah, really. Oop, hold on, I just unplugged.
Uh-oh.
Oops.
Well, that is not good.
Oopsie. Fleshy, you could say anything you want about me right now, and I wouldn't hear it.
Oh, you know,
So
this
funny.
DH dude, he's such a nice guy. You know, like I've never known anybody just quite as good as him.
That's so sweet. I heard the whole thing. I was like,
you bitch. All right, now I can talk shit to your face.
you know, so there's so much here. I really recommend everybody listening to me. I've been on a Manly P. Hall kick lately, and I recommend that you do it too. Check out Manly P. Hall for a while. You know what's good about him? He is almost like the Alan Watts of the occult spectrum instead of just the non-dual or enlightenment spectrum. He is so learned, and I'm not saying he gets it all 100% right, because he's working with information that to us is now several generations old. So there's a couple of things that he says that maybe don't apply the same way now, especially when he's talking about what science knows. So he's coming at it from what they knew then. But his occult knowledge is really, really up there. Like, I'm not that great on occult knowledge, believe it or not. A lot of people go like, Thorne knows so much. No, I don't. In fact, a lot of what I know is through intuition. It's not all from learning. I haven't learned a lot of this stuff. I've intuited most of it by working with the material. But
you're full sorcerer in that regard.
Yeah,
I don't got time for books.
I'm like a warlock, sorcerer, monk, multi-class thing. For sure. I'm not a wizard, you know. But Manly P. Hall would be in the wizard spectrum, you know, and he knows so much shit. And so if you look it up, I think it's called the Library of Alexandria on YouTube. There are many lectures, hours-long lectures from him, and they are fantastic, especially when it comes to learning the mindset of the occult and theosophists and Masons and Rosicrucians and all of these other groups, which he sort of exoterically represents. Like, he doesn't talk about the truly, because nobody does. The esoteric side's what you do with it internally as a group, but the exoteric side, you know, he talks about all this stuff, and it's so deep. And so I was listening to him the other night, and I was like, son of a fucking bitch, it all makes sense now. Like, just popping the cap off of Gnosis between him and a few other channels lately has just been ridiculous.
Isn't that a good feeling when you find that puzzle piece?
Yeah, it really is. I actually said to April the other day that I've, like, the last 2 weeks have sort of been like when you're playing a video game, right? Like an open world video game, or no, like a castle, like a Metroidvania game, right? And you know, in a Metroidvania game, like, you're cut off from like a huge part of the map until you collect an item. And then when you collect this item, not only does it open up this huge part of the map, but then there's all these other little nooks and crannies you couldn't get to, but now you can. I sort of feel like I acquired whatever item that is lately, because in the last 2 weeks, I had a huge piece of the map open up with a whole bunch of little holes that I couldn't figure out suddenly clicked. And I can't even like list them all. That's the problem. I can't even list them all. I should have been writing it all down.
You spent so long in this section of the map and you can map it out so well. Now there's just so much. It's like, too much new all at once. Don't know.
Too much. I'm going to be processing this shit for years. But a part of me tells me I'm not supposed to. A part of me is telling me that I keep being reminded, like lately, I returned to a more mystical mentality where for the last 3 years, for whatever reason, I've been highly left-brained about this again. And I've been trying to rationalize things, create models and all this stuff. And I'm reminded again of the mystery, and that the mystery itself is the point, because what did I say before? The divine built into it is ineffability. The divine itself is ineffable. So it's always going to be a mystery. You're never going to understand it. It's not just that human brains aren't big enough. It's that there is no brain big enough that could rationalize it. The analogy that I would like to give people is to Fleshy. I want you to write a book. You with me so far? I want you to write it. It's not going to be hard. I want you to write a book that describes itself. Do you think you could do it? And what would it look like? Just play with me with it. Just play along. What if you wrote a book that described itself? What would it say inside?
It would have one page, and that page would say, "This book is describing itself."
Okay. Now, have you described the English language? Have you described the words that are in the book? Have you described the atomic structure of the book? Have you described how many pages it has? No. Well, okay, so let's get to it. Let's start writing that book. Let's start writing it. So we start with, this is a book that describes itself. And inside this book is the English language, and here's all of the English language stuff you need to know.
This sounds like it's rapidly evolving into mathematical proofs. Like, if those of you who don't know, the mathematical proof for 1 + 1 = 2 is pages and pages and pages and pages long, just for that simple thing.
Now imagine you have to also proof the proof itself, and you have to proof the proof that proofs the proof. That's what you would have to do. Well, this is what you're doing when you, as the divine, are trying to rationalize yourself. Because you are an infinite, ineffable thing. In order to... So another analogy would be, try making a box that can hold itself. When you try to use the intellect to explain itself, it's incapable of doing so. There is literally no way to do it. You could come up with an equation 1 inch long to explain the universe, but that wouldn't explain that equation. You need the universe to explain the equation. Right?
I think I see where you're coming from with this.
Okay. So this is why at some point, when we look at these mystical traditions, magic included, we have to acknowledge that they did not try to explain what it is. They simply tried to point at it in a way that others could then see it and then live it. Or through this understanding, what life lessons does it teach us? How does it help us integrate into life? When Worgen is all like, that's deep gnosis. There's always a mystery. We'll never really know it all. That's some deep fucking gnosis. And the reason it's deep is because you've been told your whole life that science can figure it out, or that someone can figure it out. But isn't one of the greatest realizations of a philosopher is that they don't know anything? In fact, it's a play on words when a philosopher says this. The play on words is that you realize the only thing you know is that you don't know. And that's not just because it's too big a problem. So when we're told this statement in modern society, when someone says that a true philosopher knows that they don't know anything, we take this to mean a sign of humility. That is what it is impressed upon us when you learn this in school, is to be humble. Like, that's what they think it means. It is not a thing telling you to be humble in your ability to know things. That is a part of it. But that is, remember I said occult symbolism always has multiple levels of meaning? So that humility is just like, ground floor. The higher meaning of that statement is to realize that the whole show is ineffable. It is a mystery and will always be one. Not just because it's too big for little old me, but because it is ineffable. So we are taught in our modern materialistic world that when you're told that you don't know it all and you can't, that it's because you're too small and inferior. The implication is something could, or maybe over time we'll develop it, but you can't, and you should be humble about it and not ask questions. The truth is that I'm going to refer to you guys to my favorite pantheist of our last 100 years, which was Carl Sagan. Now, Carl Sagan was absolutely a pantheist, but he was not like a religious theistic guy. But if you read what he would say, or you listen to him talking, he wasn't some hardcore rational skeptic atheist that believed in nothing like Neil deGrasse Tyson or something. His spirituality was closer to non-dual shit than most other scientists come. And one of his greatest sayings was, "We are a way for the universe to know itself." No truer pantheistic non-dual statement has ever been uttered, not by Shankara, nobody else. It is greater than Neti Neti or Tatvamasi. It is better than Tatvamasi because it hits in our modern society perfectly right in the fucking breadbasket. When you are told we are a way for the cosmos or universe to know itself, the doors that open when you accept that as a viewpoint absolutely just resonates with every occult, esoteric, mystical statement ever made. Now, why is this important? Because if you accept that we are avatars of the divine so that it can experience itself, this tells you in a negative kind of way. When I say negative, I mean in not an additive kind of learning. You're realizing through negation what the meaning of life is. Not that life has a meaning per se, but that the objective or the purpose or the reason you've incarnated is not to accomplish some goal. It's to continually explore. And that exploration can be mundane exploration. It could just literally be, I like video games. That's my exploration of the universe. That's fine. So this thing that we're doing is the point. And so the whole point of life is to live. The whole point of life is to experience and to explore via whatever your passions are. If you follow your heart chakra, if you follow Venus, if you follow Lucifer, if you follow that, you will never be led astray, though you may collapse in a ditch and die. That is where you're supposed to be because you are constantly searching. Now, you don't have, this is why I prefer the term seeker when talking about spiritual people. We're all seekers, even me, who puts on this great show of being some learned master or something, which I don't mean to do. But all this shit that I talk, this is just a report from a scout that's gone to the edge and come back and does it every day. I'm a forever seeker. Any guru who says I've arrived, I'm a master, is an asshole, is lying to you. Even the Buddha was a seeker straight to the end of his life. That's the point. The point is to be a seeker, and a seeker doesn't necessarily have an objective. You can be a seeker with an objective. You can be like, I want to get to that mountain there and see that. Or you're just enjoying the ride. And it can include bad things too. All right, so we got this other super chat here. And Fletch is back.
I was going to ask if you noticed that one. Yeah. Do you want to read it?
No, go ahead.
D.H. Blackschleiger actually says what I was thinking at the end here. I can see that you know that you don't know, but can you see why kids love the taste of Cinnamon Toast Crunch? # make DH rich.
You know, I do know the secret of Apple Jacks. but I don't know the secret of Cinnamon Toast Crunch. You know, we like them because it's what we like. That's the Applejack secret. Cinnamon Toast Crunch, as a fan of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, a big fan, it's one of my favorite cereals when it doesn't give me heartburn. I can definitely tell you that the little swirls of cinnamon and sugar are the vector, or shall we say the modality through which that love manifests. But I don't know if that's why we love it. We love it because we love to love, and therefore things that are lovable we love because we love to love them.
That sounds like some everything everywhere all at once shit right there. I'm here for it.
The guy with the dot on his forehead with the little eyes. I got to get me a big one of those.
Be kind.
Fight with kindness. Fight with kindness. Honestly, that one line out of that whole movie is just like, that's my spirit animal, that whole movie. But that one line in particular, you know, coming from this left-hand perspective that I got into for a hard minute, and then now flowing into a more universal, you know, spiritual place. That line hit me really hard during that movie, you know, and it plays a role in my relationships with my family, you know, and it really is like, it's one of those things that it's another thing echoed by all of these deep mystery schools. And, you know, it is the heart. So kindness is the most sincere expression of compassion, in my opinion, because kindness, when we take the word apart, what does it mean? Kindness means you recognize you're of a kind. It is like saying namaste. To say, to have in your heart the intention of kindness, it means that you see in others yourself, and you treat others as you would want to be treated. It's the root of the golden rule. So if you fight with kindness, if you live life according to kindness, it's not that you're necessarily always doing what people want. That's the superficial materialistic misunderstanding of compassion and kindness. Being kind doesn't always mean being nice. Being kind simply means seeing in others the same as you and treating them accordingly. But you know what? Sometimes you got to kick your own ass, right? Sometimes you get cancer and got to cut a piece off or something. You don't always treat things the same way just because you're being nice to them.
Yeah, it's not always being positive. It's treating others like you would treat yourself, exactly as you said.
I mean, yeah, I mean, and when we say treat others the way you treat yourself, we're not talking about in the symptomatic sense, like, I like money, I want everybody to be rich. I mean, with the same sense of compassionate, this is where it gets hard to say, because it doesn't mean anything specific. It's a perspective on things. You know, compassion is a perspective, not a action. And it requires the ability to be totally sincere at all times within the self. And that's hard. That's hard for people. Maybe not me, but that's hard for people. You know, most people lie to themselves more than they lie to others even. And that's insane to think about.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
not just me saying it. If you look around,
we've got a lot of egoistic attachment to ourselves where we need those lies to hide us from the uncomfortable truths.
It's like the bird in a hand's worth two in the bush. Something sexual, but you know, if you lie to others, it means you probably lie to yourself 10 times more. Now, the opposite can be true, and I think hopefully in my case that is the case. I'm more inclined to lie outside than I am inside, but I'm aware of my own internal lies, and that's shadow work, is figuring out your internal lies and then bringing them to light and working on them. You know, we're all a work in progress, right? So I don't expect me to get it right. I certainly don't expect you to get it right all the time. But when we lie to ourselves, it is so much more, it's so much easier to do. Right? Think about it. You know, once you convince yourself of a lie, you have nobody else to prove it to. No one else will question it.
that, and it's so much effort. You got to know how another person thinks to know what lie is going to be convincing and all that. You know exactly how you tick. You know exactly what you'll buy.
And then in time, that lie becomes a sincere truth. When you lie to yourself long enough, it becomes a sincere truth. I mean, this is why some people can pass a polygraph test, you know, about something that they'll say, I didn't murder that person, because in their mind they didn't. They were in self-defense. But in the moment, no, they weren't defending themselves. They were literally just angry and killed them. You know?
Even something more innocent, like I'm a big believer that you shouldn't let the truth get in the way of a good story. And I have played up some stories so much through the years that I forgot the actual event that happened. Like, I tell it like it's truth, and a couple people who were there point out, like, no, that's not actually what happened. Like,
yeah.
Oh yeah, fuck, no, you're right.
Well, in those cases, Fleshy, I think that's just Mandela effect. I think you just I think you just landed another. I'm convinced that that's a real thing. I don't think it's just your memory's broken all the time. I think that's sometimes what it is, maybe most of the time. But I do think that if we reincarnate, if that is potentially true, if there is a multiverse, if that is potentially true, which I'm convinced it is, if all of these things are potentially true, and I'm convinced they are, then the Mandela effect's an easy one. Like that's a gimme. That's like a given. Then it's an absolute given that from time to time you shift into realities that don't match the current, you know, what you remember. And you'll notice that when those things happen, you will notice that when you are corrected, you quickly, like, first you'll have a doubt, you'll have a concern, like, no way, you know?
All the stages of grief.
All the stages of grief. But then you hit acceptance, and it's a different kind of acceptance, guys. Like, I've been wrong about, so I can sort of tell the difference between when I misremember versus when I jump the universe, because when I jump a universe, there's a lingering doubt even after I've convinced myself that it's true. You know what I mean? Like, I can search my memories and be like, okay, I can see why you think this, but I don't remember it being that way. So, like, the literal Mandela effect itself, I came from the universe where he died in prison. I distinctly remember what I was doing, where I was, and what it was. I was at my grandparents' house, and it was the old TV that they had, and it was in their little front porch, and I was drawing at the time, and I heard the story of Nelson Mandela dying on television. It was a big news report, and to later find out he didn't was a total shock, to the point where I asked myself, how the hell would I get that wrong? Yeah, I was a kid when it supposedly happened, but it was a vivid memory. I remember the instance. I remember everything about it vividly. Yet, apparently it was not what happened. Was there a fake news broadcast? So I looked, was there like a was there misinformation out? No. No one knows where this comes from. Like, maybe I'll have to, Fleshy, if you want to Google it, you can, but I don't know where this comes from. I don't know where it came from. I've tried to look, and I've looked a long time ago. I haven't looked in a while, so maybe there's some new developments. Maybe somebody said, oh, there was a news report that got it wrong once, and this is probably why everybody thinks it.
Yeah, I remember hearing some shit about that, but I don't remember. Mandela was a little bit before my times. That's not it's not as core. But yeah, I read some explanations. Just yeah, that sounds right. It's not. What you were saying about the and there is a super chat I want to get to, but like that moment of no, that's not right, rather than I just misremembered. To me, that always feels like that video I'm sure everybody has seen, but steel is heavier than feathers. Like that same crushing.
Yeah, it's like a total cognitive dissonance hit that it like takes a minute. And even when you become convinced that you were wrong, you still have a thorn in your mind saying, wait a minute, it still feels wrong. I don't care what anybody says.
I'm trying to look this up right now, but it's a little bit. So DK Blackschlager on the Make DH Rich campaign says, have you ever read about Neville Goddard? Revision? No, I've never heard of that.
Familiar. Yeah, I'm not familiar. I've heard of the name. I'm not sure what that's in reference to. Maybe we could look it up.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm Googling two things. Give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
Neville Lancelot Goddard.
I know the name, but I don't know why.
He was
I'm
a
sure.
Bardadian New Thought author and mystic who wrote the Bible Esotericism and is considered to be one of the pioneers of, quote, the law of assumption.
Okay. Yeah, yeah, no. I mean, remember, I am very unread.
Oh, he's from Hollywood. He can't be trusted. Nope,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, he died in Hollywood. That might be worse.
Yeah, I'll have to. I know the name. I guess that's why I know the name. He was probably a big deal at one point. Some people like him, so maybe I'll have to look into it. Here's something that happened the other night. This is actually something to touch upon. The other night, while falling asleep, with a little bit of assistance, if you know what I mean, I was deep in the throes of meditative psychosis, as you do, and I said this thing to myself that hit me like a ton of bricks, almost made me cry. I'm not even sure I should repeat it, to be honest, because there was a way I said it that was like, it's going to sound so silly.
Whether you do or whether you don't.
Yeah, no, I got to revise it. Simply because like my brain's in a different place.
Just like Vice City said, revise your reality.
That's what made me trigger and remember it a little bit, because the word reality is a part of it.
And I can't find any good results explaining the at least not off cursory glance.
Yeah, you know what? I'm
effect.
gonna leave that for another conversation, because I gotta play with that a little bit more, because it's not ready for prime time. It's gonna come out like the lunatic who's like connecting the dots on a board. So forget I said it.
This is one. He doesn't just want to give you the cabbage. He wants to let it ferment a little bit into some nice kimchi.
Yeah, I gotta make sure it's ready, because I've got to use it more and see how it plays out.
Well, shit. I don't know about you, but I kind of spied the time that we're rolling on.
Yeah, I just saw it. Holy shit.
Yeah, this is like back in the day. Oh my god.
All right. So,
I don't know how much longer you want to go for.
No, I think we should end it here. It's actually probably the perfect spot. I didn't realize how long we were already going for. I thought we were only on for like 2 hours so far. I had no clue. So first things first, I want to apologize to everyone for having Fleshy. No, I'm kidding. I want to thank.
No, let
Fleshy.
me apologize for that.
I want to thank Fleshy for making a rare cameo, and I hope he comes back again soon. Even if you just come back once every month or so, that'd be fun, but no pressure. But I know everybody missed you, and we had fun, and honestly, like part of the fun of doing these streams is hanging out with Fleshy. So
yeah, and likewise, I always enjoy being here with you, and I feel kind of bad because for every familiar face in here, there's also like a new one. Like, oh, I should know all these people.
That's true. The audience has shifted around a little bit. Some ways it's grown, in some ways it's shrank. I haven't really been putting as much energy into my content creation in the last 2 or 3 years, because I've been preoccupied with bullshit.
Yeah, we were all preoccupied with a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, and I kind of lost my, I burned out a little bit, and I've been a little bit angsty and resentful, even towards the community. I'm going to be totally honest with you guys, because it's exhausting. It doesn't seem like it should be, but it's exhausting to do this stuff. And, let me put it to you like this, okay? I am interested in those people that I can reach, and those people who already get it. I'm interested in those two groups of people. I want people that I can reach with these things, and whether you agree with me or not, I want people I can reach that will take what I say and use it on themselves to improve their own realization of the infinite. Whether you end up agreeing with what I say or not is not the point. The point is that, am I making you think? If I'm making you think, and I'm making you think critically and rationally and even skeptically, then I am doing what I am setting out to do. The problem is this field of interest is so full of dogmatic, superstitious, mumbo jumbo nonsense. And on the other side, the skeptic is just as superstitious, just not in the superstitious way. They're just as dogmatically opposed. So
they're doing the same shit, but they got two different paintings in front of themselves.
Yes, one's got a 6 and one's got a 9, and so it is frustrating because in this field of interest, it really is, you are someone looking for diamonds in the rough, especially on the left-hand path or the satanic or whatever side, because so much of that is based on superficiality and what I make fun of as yoga pants spirituality and all that. Like, and there's so many superstitious people, wide-eyed superstitious people who are so theistically believing in things. None of it is supported by antiquated, mystery schools. They believe in the peasant religion to the point of fanaticism. And it's very frustrating and exhausting when, I get DMs asking me questions that are, how do I put this? If I could give you like an analogy, it would be really cool if I could. Okay, it's sort of like being tech support.
Oh.
Okay, some of you guys will understand this right off the bat. It's a little bit like being tech support. Dude, my keyboard doesn't work. What's wrong with it? Well, is it plugged in? Oh, it has to be plugged in? That's a little bit what it's like sometimes doing this, because someone will confront you and be like, so I had a dream last night, and when I woke up, my finger had a cut on it. Does that mean that Lucifer's mad at me? And it's almost the same thing. It's just spiritual tech support. And it's so gross. And it's like, part of what makes it gross, it's not the person that's asking, it's your reaction to it. So you get that question, and immediately, it's not just ego. It is literally, it's like, namaste? Fuck yo, namaste, motherfucker. Like someone asks you these questions, and you're just like, I don't have the patience for this. I just don't.
It's one of those moments where, like, sometimes the best thing you can do to help somebody is not help them.
And yet, I feel, maybe because I came from such a customer servicey background all my life, that if I don't try, then I'm not doing my job, and then like this whole guilt train starts, and then it makes me more toxic about it. So that's one of the reasons why I'm hard to reach in DMs, especially like on Facebook and shit. If I don't know you or already consider you a friend, I'm hard to DM, because even if you're a sensible person, I just don't look at my DMs, man. I do, like, I'll skim them and be like, I don't feel like reading this, because the moment I read this, it's going to tell you that I read it, and then I'm obligated to respond, and I might not have something to say in response to this. And it's like, it's a huge problem. So it's like, it's very, 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 very.
Dude, I know exactly what you're talking about, as somebody who doesn't even do this shit, because, like, especially for a good while there, particularly when we were doing the call-in shows, I was basically your tier 1 tech support there. And I just had the same reaction to some of these folks, just like no disrespect to them. Oh, I'm doing that fucking millennial thing, aren't I?
Yeah.
Just like, oh my God, please, like, turn it off and turn it back on again. Come back to me then.
Yeah. It's bad when you're a beginner and a beginner question bothers you. It's like, whoa. It really shows you that we're all on different levels. And it's like, again, like you said, no disrespect, but disrespect at the same time. It's like, I don't mean real disrespect, but it's like, take the hint. Like, obviously you got to ask to learn, but I don't know.
There's a trio of comments, some super chats from DK is part of them. I like. DK Blackschlager says, "You're not alone. The burnout is part of being a great teacher, and you might not want to be. You might not want to be here, but you are, and we are thankful." I found lint in my pocket. What does this mean? And Jen says, teach me witchcraft because Google, YouTube, and books don't exist.
Yeah. Or I like DK said, how do I sell my soul to Satan? That actually, one of the early fallings out I had with the old Dark Sorcery group was they had this one person there, and they were like new, and they were apparently like an investor or something. So like it was getting weird, and this person was giving me an attitude because someone asked me, how do you sell your soul to the devil to get what you want? And I'm like, well, that's nonsense. It's bullshit. And because I didn't sugarcoat shit, especially in the beginning, like I've learned to be a little bit more diplomatic now, but in the beginning I didn't sugarcoat shit at all. I would just be right in your face, be like, that's total bullshit. Don't ask me stupid questions. And this person got mad at me because they're like, well, isn't that what you did? Didn't you sell your soul to get fame and fortune like you're getting and blah, 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 blah. I was like, I, number one, never claimed that. But it's like there is a contingency, a group, a part of the group that really, it's a cornerstone of their belief, and it's all the bullshit that the church told them and everything. They've turned it into their reality, and it's psychotic. I'm just gonna say it's psychotic because if you do the initial little superficial research on these subjects, the real subjects, not what the church says about it. Dude, your mind is blown almost immediately by how bullshit all of this is.
Yeah. It's really fun for metal music videos, and leave it there.
Yeah, it makes great movies and shit, but the reality of it, that doesn't mean the metaphor of selling your soul isn't a real one. It's just that, you don't sign some contract, you don't make some pink, you don't sell your soul, but you can lose your. I will say that.
But the BBC, EA taught somebody how to do that.
Yeah, that's not quite what we're talking about. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, and
I'm sorry, I had to make the reference.
That's a valid reference. That's actually a good one because that's kind of like what I don't want people to get in their head. That doesn't mean that there aren't. So if I am going to entertain the notion of souls, and when people in antiquity talked about souls, they didn't mean something that was just a subtle body. They were actually referring to your physical body too. Like it wasn't just your divine self that they're talking about. They're talking about your physical body as well. The soul was a word that was like what I mean by avatar. And there are things, we can call them spirits, we can call them souls, we can call them demons, we can call them gods, we can call them whatever you want. But from an egoistic level, so from a down looking up level, not from an up looking down level. So when we're looking from the as below towards the as above, there appears to be, at least from this down up perspective, forces that are aspects of the divine which are in harmonious conflict for influence over what we call the soul. And this is misconstrued to be evil demons trying to buy, steal, trick you out of your soul. It's misconstrued to be gods trying to save your soul. From the down up perspective, that is what it tends to look like. But from the up to look down, that's not what's going on. It's just part of the great game. It's just part of the video game of life that you're playing. You're supposed to have a villain that challenges you, and you need to be able to lose this game for the game to have fulfillment in it. So from the down up perspective, there definitely is the appearance of entities that challenge you and try to control, manipulate, trick, essentially steal your soul, essentially. Not literally, but essentially. And what is meant by losing your soul is that you succumb, you submit, you allow something other than your own divine will to be that which is your perceived control. So mainstream religions like Christianity, they want you to sell your soul to their God. Literally, it's pretty much the whole reason they warn you about Satan doing it is because that's what they're doing to you, to their God.
We don't want to lose a customer.
Yeah, we don't want to lose you. We don't want you to go over to an Android product, motherfucker. Stay with the Church of Apple. So there really is, and this is why I have said in my update of the Shadownomicon stuff, is that I no longer think that the shadow people are a unique thing. I think that they're just another way of expressing that devilish thing that humanity's always dealt with, that shadowy side, that the demons that we are taught are demons. So this idea of demons from Christianity specifically, or devils from paganism, are just the shadows. And they come to people in demonic forms and vice versa. But this is the part of yourself which is not seen. And you can lose yourself to it. And this is why the left-hand path is valuable. Instead of treating it as an all or nothing thing, think of it. So the left-hand path is like the Agori from Hinduism. They're people who will, eat dead people and shit. And they're not bad people, but they do all the taboo things. Mm-hmm. And they do this for multiple reasons, but one of them is exactly why I say, if all is divine, then nothing is forbidden.
They were actually who I was thinking of in the back of my head when we had the discussion earlier about auditors. We need somebody to tear down all axioms and challenge them every now and then.
Yep.
And in a way, I see that as part of the purpose of why they did what they did. As well,
I think
challenge
so.
everything.
At least to a point. Absolutely. I mean, I think that's a facet of why they do it, for sure.
Definitely not the whole.
Yeah, but it's a valid facet of it, I'm sure. I don't doubt it. I think I'd love to meet, because there are modern Agori who've actually, they've toned it down so they can still fit into society, but still like on the weekends be an Agori kind of thing. And that's a fascinating subject too. It's basically us. So modern Western left-hand path is just Western Agori. That's all it is. So anyway, that's the value of the left-hand path, is that it teaches you not to submit. But the misconception is that it teaches you to be egoistic. The point is not to become more egoistic. That's the misinterpretation of it that turns into this superstitious nonsense that we see. The real deeper understanding of the left-hand path is the Agori tradition, which is all is divine, nothing is forbidden. Test the axioms, explore the forbidden, and realize that the divine is there too. In other words, do your fucking shadow work, but that's like shadow work on hands-on mode. And do not submit. You can't sell your soul to your shadow if you see it, if you know it's there. You can only sell your soul to your shadow if you don't know you have a shadow. Then it can have it. Yeah.
And DK did another super chat, says, for all my jokes, you are needed. You are the needed voice of logic and reason that gives us hope from all these other psychosis tea parties, to which I happily donate.
Thank you, brother. Just don't put me on a pedestal. I don't think you are, but I always warn people when they say too many nice things, because sooner or later my humanity will kick in and I will take a huge shit all over you. And you're going to be like, but I thought you were different. And I'll be like, nope, I never said I was. I always said I was a human being with human frailties.
I'm made out of the same shit and piss as you.
That's exactly right. I'm not saying you're doing it, but just in case other people watching are going like, never, you know what? There's two reasons I don't like being put on a pedestal. And none of them are humility oriented. It's because when you put someone on a pedestal, you can get in your mind this idea that you own them in some way. That's one of the reasons we put people on pedestals, is we kind of put people in a box and we say, this is what they are. We think we got them figured out. And that's a major part of it. The other thing is that you are also being unrealistic, and you're going to be prone to be disappointed more than if you just hate me to start with. I would rather you start from I hate this guy and learn to like me than this guy's awesome, because when I do fuck up, you're not going to be able to look past it.
Well, and my feelings on it are just like, that's not what I want. Like, you're disregarding my basic humanity. Like,
exactly.
Don't think of me as the other. I want to be here with everybody else.
Yeah.
Like,
my teaching is invalid if I'm perfect. If I have a teaching at all, my teaching is invalid if I'm imperfect. You know, what do I mean by that? I'm going to end on this, I think. I actually ran into, so I got into an argument with somebody recently who, they were making fun of this fitness instructor who was overweight. And I said, you know, I got into the argument with him whereby, number one, if someone has never been fat, they cannot actually teach you how to lose weight from a perspective that is legitimate. That doesn't mean that they won't work. It just means that them being skinny doesn't mean they know how to make a fat person skinny. You know what I mean? They've never lost the weight. They don't know how hard it is to lose the weight. So they have a built-in bias where they think all you got to do is just eat less, bro. You're just a pig.
Yeah. Somebody who's been skinny for all their lives trying to teach you this is how you lose weight if you're fat is basically those kids in high school who had never had sex but think they know exactly how it works because they watched all the porno.
It's a patriarchal doctor telling women how to have an orgasm. You just need your man to thrust good and hard, lady. That's all you need. It's basically that. And it's the same mentality when you listen to people talking about how to stop being fat. It's almost always skinny people, and they act like they know, and they act like the fat person's broken. Like, not biologically, but mentally and spiritually. And it's like, if you've never been fat and you've never tried to lose weight and you don't know how hard it really is, it's actually easy to lose weight, but keeping it off is really hard. Your body starts resisting the weight loss. Mine sure does. I come off keto for a week. I gained 15 pounds for a week, and it doesn't come right back off when I go back on keto. I can cheat for 2 days and I start gaining weight. My body is predisposed to be as fat as humanly possible because of all the hormonal damage done by plastics and everything else, allegedly. Don't want to get demonetized all of a sudden.
Also, on a complete side note, I haven't spoken to you about it, but like, holy shit. With my New York trip visiting you guys, I put on weight from all that fucking binging that I still haven't taken off.
We definitely binged. Yep.
Yeah, I was like, holy shit, like I need to do something about this. Like, not that it's bad or anything, but it's just like noticeable. I don't know how that affected you guys. Like, how much keto did you have to do?
Yeah, well, I had to go back to Christmas season to lose it. And I'm actually, right now, I'm like, until I go back to work in the spring, I might have to actually work a few extra days just so I can lose the weight, not even for the money. Because like over the last week or two, I've tried intermittent fasting, hardcore mode, like 20 to 24 hours, no eating at a clip. And I still ended up gaining weight, even though I went on a light. Well, I shouldn't say that because at first I was really good. I was just having like a buttered roll or something as my cheat. But then it was like, well, we can have a buttered roll and a donut, you know. It just started adding and adding and adding. And next thing you know, I am like, I'm just being a total pig. So it's not just that, you know. So keto is easier to do because once you're on keto, you don't crave like you do when you're on carb. So yeah, I overdid it. So, you know, I've been kind of suffering. Like I'm hanging over my belt, you know, that kind of thing. Like it's totally gross. Yeah. So, that's a part of it, you know. It is when we're all around sitting around here judging one another. Let me ask you guys a question. When someone's judging someone, aren't they usually never guilty of the same thing that they're judging others for? In other words, when someone's being judgmental, yourself included, isn't it always about something you would never do or never did do? Isn't it very rare for you to be, I'm not saying it never happens, but isn't it very rare for you to be judgmental about something that you're guilty of as well? And if you are judgmental about it, do you then internalize that judgment and hate yourself for it as well? Yeah, a lot of times you do, right? So like I make the joke that I can make fun of fat people because I'm fat. And I can be merciless when I make fun of fat people. But I also say the same things about myself. And they're hurtful things. Is that because I hate myself for being fat? Maybe. But usually when we judge others, it's for things we didn't do. Of course, we hate most in others what we hate about ourselves. But that usually means we don't do those things. Like we would hate it if we did. So like if I'm looking at somebody and I'm judging them, I'm rarely ever judging them for something I've done or might do. And that, because that's being a hypocrite, right? So isn't that interesting? That is a common thing. So when we apply that to all these things like weight loss and spirituality and all of this shit, we see that pattern forming, don't we? The skinny people make fun of the fat people. The fat people rarely do. Fat people make fun of skinny people, though.
Mm-hmm.
Tribalism all the way down. Vice City asks, how do you stop the fear of being judged, though? Fear is natural. Fear is the mind killer, but it is a natural thing. You cannot stop fearing. If you set out to try to stop being afraid about anything, even skydiving, something that's rationally scary, or maybe something you can get over, like your fear of heights or cats or something, you are heading into a battle that's unwinnable. That's not to say you can't learn to not be afraid of things, like get over your fears. I'm not saying that. But I'm saying that your battle shouldn't be with fear. Your battle should be with your reaction to fear.
Mm.
So
like, I feel the better way to put the question might be, how do you stop letting fear control you?
That's a better way to put the question. So instead of trying to not fear judgment, instead do it anyway. Let the fear flow through you. Turn your inner eye in the direction that the fear comes from, and then the direction the fear goes, and find that only you remain when it's gone. The litany of fear is a very powerful thing. Read and reread it. You don't have to memorize it, but be familiar with it. The litany of fear. Fear is the mind killer. Read it, learn it, understand it. Look, I don't know what spiritual upbringing, Frank Herbert has. Obviously he's got something, but that was one of the wisest things in all of the books. You cannot stop fear, but what you can do is stop your reaction to it. You can't stop what your body does to it. If you're having a heart palpitation because you're scared, you can't necessarily, you can do box breathing, you can help work that through, but you can't stop the fear. And you shouldn't try to, because that only compounds the fear, because now you're making fear into a bigger thing than it is, because you're making fear the enemy, not the reaction to it. And so the fear is going to double itself, because now you're afraid of the fear too. You know, the definition of a hero or a courageous person is not that they're fearless, it's that fear doesn't stop them.
Mm-hmm.
You're not a hero, or you're not courageous if you don't feel any fear. I mean, you can still be a hero, I guess, but you're not go ahead, Fletcher.
You did heroic deeds, but you were not a hero in heart, because that was just Tuesday to you.
Right. Which is why you'll notice that. So when a hero says, oh, it was nothing, if they're saying it from a place of false humility, or humility in general, they can go eat a dick. They're double dipping in the hero bucket. If, on the other hand, they say, oh, no, it was just my job or whatever, and they're sincere, then now they get to legitimately double dip the hero bucket, because not only were they being honest, but they weren't acting like what they did was a big deal, because they're being honest about the fact that to them it was just their job, right? So, all right. It looks like Jen's pointing out that I'm like her. It's a Gen X thing, I think, Jen. I don't know. Look, if it's any consolation, I'm as late to showing up as I am to leave. So, like whenever I have a job that's really time sensitive, like I used to joke around with this one boss who was cool about it. I'd be like, look, I'm always late, but guess what? I'll always stay late too. Because it's I'm like Newton's principles of motion. Like once I get going, I don't like to stop, and once I stop, I don't like to get going. So getting me here is hard, and getting me to leave is hard. So
I've used the same argument against many bosses. Like, look, you're getting 8 hours out of me. I can't guarantee I'm going to be there right when the bell rings, but you'll get 8 hours out of me.
I mean, some jobs, it's stupid to be such a stickler for it. Like When I was working in web design, unless I had to work with other people, and half the time I didn't because I could do a lot of it from home, I used to tell them, like, look, I'll be here for 12 hours. You put me on schedule for 8 because it's by weekly salary. I'll still be here for 12. I don't care about the hours. Just don't be a bitch if I'm 15, 20 minutes or an hour late because of the subway, man. Like, that's, you know, you don't need me here at 8 o'clock in the goddamn morning when half the people are still fucking wandering in with their coffees. Damn it, DK, stop giving me money, man.
You gonna be a stickler for that 15, you're gonna cheat yourself out of an extra 4.
Yeah. And not only that, but people work better when they're motivated by actual interest, not demand. So, you know, less hours, more work. Give me a 5-hour work day, but expect me to do 8 hours worth of work in it, and you'll have more luck than you will by expecting 5 hours of work out of an 8-hour day. Just saying.
All right, so we better wrap. Let me get these last super chats out. DK Blackschlegger says, beautiful idea, DH. I'm going to make a YouTube channel, how to use magic to get fit and rich, the practical way. My pedestal is Joe Pesky, by the way. And he also says,
only if you do it in what's his name? Become the Andrew Tate of magic so that we can all make fun of you and hate you. But you'll fucking make a mint. You will. I'm just telling you.
He also says, you keep on goddamn talking.
I do. I know. I do. I'm a glutton. Gluttony and sloth are my 2 vices, I guess. And all right,
my
fine.
favorites.
Pride's a good one. I don't like envy though.
Lust.
Fuck envy. I'm not big on lust either. I'm more gluttony and pride and sloth. Those would be the. I used to have a lot of wrath. Wrath kind of died. I don't really do wrath anymore. I don't even like fighting anymore. So.
You should get some piercings. I'm just.
I should. Yeah.
All right, let's wrap it because I need to get off my...
Yeah, I need you to go. You suck. All right. Are we hanging out tomorrow? We shooting people tomorrow in Video Game Land?
Yeah, in Video Game Land.
Okay.
In Video Game Land.
Or something like it.
Yeah, don't look into it.
Don't ask questions.
Yeah,
God damn it, DK.
I'll be there.
Mute him.
I'll be there.
DK gave us another 2 spot. All right, I'll do it Andrew Tate style as Mr. Chin. All right. DK, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Twilight's here. Thank you, Vice. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate everybody who's here. If I missed you, if I didn't speak your name, I appreciate you all. Fleshy will be back again in the hopefully near future. But you know, this was fun. I'm going to see if I can get another guest next week. I really enjoyed having the Witch of Darklight on last week. I'd like to get her and her husband back on again soon. Hopefully you guys watched that.
Yeah, they seemed
cool. That was a great stream. Yeah, they were really cool. Yeah. Anyway, guys, I guess that's it. Fleshy.
Mind the shadows. And be kind.
And be kind. Fight with kindness. Mind the shadows.
Tell your friends. Warn your enemies.